All right, we are back. However, the court's not back yet. Let me just say, I have the best, the best moderator ever. Not only is she beautiful, but she also brought me a burrito for lunch. And I love burritos, and it was very yummy. So, since we are here, but the court does not seem to be here, I have a question. I'm going to put my question in the chat. I want to know, who thinks we're going to have a guilty verdict? And on what counts do you think she's going to be found guilty? Who thinks she's not going to be found guilty? And who thinks there's going to be a hung jury? Jeff, good to see you back. There's some other people we're still waiting on, obviously. So good thing that the court's not back yet. I'm gonna see if I can put up a poll. I've only done that once before. I kind of forgot how to do it. But let's see here if we can do that. So Jeff, Jeff, you say, I'm sorry, Natalie says guilty. Natalie, what charges do you think she's going to be found guilty on? The murder charge or the accessory charge? Jeff thinks it's going to be a hung jury. Good to see you. Good to see you back here, Tread. Miss Carol, good to see you. So if you say guilty, I want to know. Oh, Natalie says she's guilty on both charges. Can't be in a after the to a murder. So she can be found guilty of both. Um, Miss Carol thinks they may get her on manslaughter. There we go. We got a poll going now. Jeff, you were driving back from Naples. I love Naples, but I can hardly ever find a nice Airbnb on the beach. Um, and we got to do Airbnbs because 5 kids and all, so hotels don't really accommodate us. So far, we've got 100% guilty. 100% of you all say she's going to be found guilty, except Jeff. Jeff must not have responded to the poll yet. Um, he says there's no eyewitnesses and no physical evidence. I really don't like eyewitnesses. It, unless it's a very close eyewitness who knows the perpetrator. There's so many eyewitnesses who get the person wrong. They describe a person. based on their memory of the person, and their description leads to an arrest, and they come in and identify the person, and it wasn't even that person. Physical evidence, I'm much more comfortable with, though. And yeah, there is a lack of direct physical evidence in this particular case. And I kind of pointed that out, yeah, very early. But before the defense started, said, "Look, there's no direct physical evidence tying the defendant to this crime. But what we do have now is that both Isabel and Laurie gave their testimony, and their story doesn't make sense with all of the physical evidence that we do have. And because their story doesn't make sense, then they have to be covering up for what really happened. So they're pinning it on this other person, but because it conflicts with everything else that's going on, because their story conflicts with his date of disappearance, it conflicts with the Facebook posts, it conflicts with the timing with which Lori was allegedly involved in a relationship with a married man, then got back with his wife. It conflicts with so much of the other evidence. Natalie says Jeremy didn't do it. I agree. I can't imagine Jeremy having done this. It conflicts with so much other evidence that they have to be covering something up. And the thing they have to be covering up at that point is that one of the two of them committed the crime, or if it is a crime, right? Because he was shot in the back of the head. In order for it not to be a crime, then Isabel would have had to have fired the gun. And if Isabel fired the gun, then why would we not call the police? Because at that point, you have a 7-year-old coming to the defense of her mother. Why not call the police? Instead, what we have is somebody who's buried in the backyard for 3 years, and because they didn't call the police, and it can't be, uh, uh, it can't be Jeremy because the timeline doesn't fit. It can't be Isabel because otherwise we would call the police. So that only leaves Lori. It only leaves Lori. Then the reason they didn't call the police and claim self-defense, which would have gotten a person off if domestic violence was being committed against him, is because he was shot in the back of the head. That's the only logical explanation in my mind, and that explanation is based on Lori and Isabel's testimony. Their testimony is inconsistent with the facts. Their testimony makes no sense. They have to be lying. Lori has to be lying. Maybe Isabel's not lying. Maybe she believes everything she's saying. But she was 7 years old at the time, and her mother has had 9 years to convince her of what her memory should be. So maybe she's not lying. Maybe she honestly believes that her testimony was a recounting of the events. I just don't believe that those memories, if they exist, are real. And I don't believe it largely because Lori came up and she said all of these things that don't make sense when you fit them together with the direct evidence that we do have, the physical evidence that we do have, all these other pieces that you have to kind of piece together in order to understand the timeline and what went on here. And none of it makes sense with respect to Lori's testimony. So Fred says defense introduced no doubt. They did the opposite. I had some doubt when the state closed its case. I had some doubt. Had Isabel and Lori, and especially Lori, not taken the stand, that doubt might still remain. Laurie got up there and told us something that was totally unbelievable. Totally unbelievable. And I just I think she did it. And if I'm on the jury, I convict. So now we've got 86% who say guilty. Hmm. And one person who says the jury's hung. Jeff, I'm going to assume that's you, that's you. Um, and that's after 7 votes. I can't imagine that we're going to get a not guilty. She's completely not guilty of anything. Even after the prosecution closed its case in chief, and I was skeptical about whether we would get a guilty verdict with respect to the second-degree murder charge. I am not at all thinking at that point, when the prosecution rested, I was still thinking she's gotta be convicted of accessory after the fact. She's got it. There's no way that she goes into she's at the in May, right? It's before school starts. Jeremy comes along and he, I guess, does whatever he does and then tells everybody, all right, get out. She testifies that it's not a long drive to school. So, and I really wanted to get back to the house, but I really wanted to get the kids out of the house. She drives the kids to school. She comes back home. He's no longer there. And she somehow assumes that everything got disposed of in the time it took, that short amount of time it took her to drive to the school, drop the kids off, and get back home. When in actuality, according to her, Jeremy buried the body in the pond in the backyard. Now, in May, the fire pit was already there. The pond had been dug out for months at this point because Michael dug it. And Michael ain't been at the house since November, which means that at this point, it has rained on this pond. It's rained on the dirt. They've been traipsing back and forth across the dirt. They had to traipse back and forth across the dirt to put the fire pit in there, right? So the dirt around there is compacted at that point. And now here comes Jeremy, allegedly, and he digs a hole in the compacted dirt, puts a body in it. So now we have displacement of dirt. No matter what happens, there's got to be some dirt that is going to create a mound, or there's got to be dirt left over, right? So he comes in, he puts this body in there, and she doesn't notice that this dirt has been moved. It's summertime, right? It's May. They're not in their backyard. She doesn't notice anything. That doesn't make any sense. That to me speaks of accessory after the fact. You came home. There's no way Jeremy could have possibly, if you believe Jeremy did it, there's no way Jeremy could have possibly cleaned up everything in the time it took you to drive your kids to school and come back. Dig a hole that would fit a body, put the body in it, fill the hole back in, clean up everything. And there was no, remember, everybody says there's no, she doesn't have a tarp. She doesn't have the straps that were buried with him. So he wrapped this body up in the tarp. He put this strap on for some reason, or in there with it for some reason. Where did he get the shovel from? She doesn't even say that the shovel was moved. She didn't notice that a shovel was moved. Did he bring all this stuff with him to the house? Was he planning? Did he come there planning on killing somebody and disposing of a body? What? How does any of this story make sense? How do you piece that together in your head and make sense of it? And if Jeremy didn't do it, if you don't believe Jeremy did it, if you don't believe her story, right? Then how can you believe any of what she said? She's making it up. But even if you believe her story, she's still guilty of accessory after the fact. She had to come home and help. She had to come home and help hide this crime. She had to. There's no way around it. Absolutely no way around it. Natalie wants to add to the discussion that she's definitely guilty of sending them flowers in that poem. And yes, the flowers and the poem were sent on the Townsend's wedding anniversary. So to Vanessa, she saw flowers. She's assuming, I would imagine, that she just got flowers in celebration of her anniversary. According to Laurie, Michael was the one who sent the flowers and sent all those Facebook messages. It was either Michael or somebody else pretending to be Michael, because it surely wasn't Laurie. But who else knew when the Townsend's wedding anniversary was? Unless Jeremy was the one sending the messages. Who involved in this whole scheme would have sent those messages that also knew of the Townsend's wedding anniversary and would have had access to lewd and lascivious photographs of Jeremy and Laurie together? You know, those photographs that the juror said made her uncomfortable. Who would have had access to all of that other than Laurie and Jeremy? And we know Jeremy's not hacking into Michael's Facebook account to out himself to his wife. That wouldn't make any sense at all. So it's got to be Laurie. It's got to be Laurie. It's got to be Laurie. And she sent it on the wedding anniversary. And this happened in April. She outed this man to his wife in April. And then she says in May, he came and rescued her and her family from this man. Vanessa would have been watching his every move. And somehow he showed up in May, a mere month later, to the home of the person that he had already cheated on his wife with, and killed her husband. How can I believe that? I can't. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. What I buy is that entire story was made up. I don't know where Michael could have been between November and May, but she wants us to believe that he was somewhere in town picking up the mail at the mailbox at the end of the street, because she certainly didn't sign for the loan check, right? So he was picking up the mail, and that means he's in town, but nobody in town sees him. He's not going anywhere where any of his friends see him, any of his neighbors. No, none of his neighbors saw him come pick up the mail. We heard from a few of the neighbors, right? None of them saw him. He didn't go back to his job. He didn't go pick up his tools. He didn't go back to the airport hangar when he ended up homeless, I guess, because he moved out of his house. We don't know where he was living in this rural town. Nobody has come forward and said, well, he was shacked up in my house after November. Nobody. This story has been in the news for the past 6 years, from the time they found the body up until now. And nobody has come forward and said, look, no, he wasn't missing after November. Between November and May, I saw him. He was here. He was over there. He was staying with me. He came and bought a burger at McDonald's. Nobody. He didn't use his bank account. He didn't use his phone. He didn't do anything between November and May, but we're supposed to believe that he died in May. And we're supposed to believe it because the person in whose backyard his body was found says we should believe it. This is way too incredible for me. Way too incredible. So Tread says, how people return to respecting themselves and their boyfriend and girlfriends. Keep it in your pants. Keep your legs closed until marriage. I think I'm in the minority these days. Hey, if we're all like Laurie and her husband, yeah, you are in the minority.
Are there any preliminary matters, or can we call the jury?
I just have
all right, we're back.
Corrected copy of the verdict form for you.
Let's listen to them instead of listening to me.
I made the typo changes as well as replacing your packet.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
We reviewed them, Judge. Had no objection to them.
All right. Anything further?
Yes, sir.
All right, then we'll call in the jury.
All rise. You may be seated.
All right, thank you. Thank you again. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned, and thank you again for your time and attention today. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. State, you may proceed.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
On November 7th, 2015, Michael Shaver went with his family to meet up with some friends at a tractor show. This is the last time Michael Shaver is ever seen by anyone other than the woman that murdered him, Laurie Shaver. You've heard a lot of testimony and evidence over this last week discussing Facebook, phone records, bank records, all sorts of evidence for your consideration. But it's important to remember that why we are here is because Michael Shaver was shot in the back of his head without any sort of legal excuse or justification and buried in his backyard. Michael Shaver, between November 7th and November 10th, was shot in the back of the head and dumped, wrapped in a tarp, in his backyard. That's what we've been here this week. That is what the evidence has shown you, and it has shown that the person who did that is Laurie Shaver. The elements of second-degree murder are fairly simple, and it is these elements that the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You can have doubt in this case, you can have doubt in any criminal case. The state's burden is to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. These three elements, and that is what we must prove to you. First, Michael Shaver is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Laurie Shaver. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Michael Shaver by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. That third element is further defined by the court as an action that is reasonably likely to kill. A gun to the back of the head is obviously something reasonably likely to kill. Done with ill will, hatred, and spite. I can think of no other reason in a person's mind when they're shooting someone in the back of the head other than those three things. And 3, indicates an indifference to human life. The evidence that you have heard throughout this trial clearly show that that first element and the third element are really just not in dispute. What we are going to spend the majority of time talking about this afternoon is whether or not the death was caused by a criminal act of Laurie Shaver. And the evidence that you have heard shows that the state has met its burden for that element. As you heard the judge give you the instructions already, there is something that is called a lesser included offense to this second-degree murder, and that is manslaughter. The difference between manslaughter and the second-degree murder is it does not have that third element about an act done imminently dangerous, demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. So if you feel that the state has proven that Laurie Shaver is in fact the one that shot but didn't have that state of mind at the time she shot him in the back of the head, manslaughter would be the offense that the state has proven in this case. As we go through the evidence, I want to remind you of something that Mr. Wiggs said in his opening statement. And what said in opening statement is not evidence. If you've heard some things in opening statement that was going to be presented to you when it came out differently, what you heard from that stand, what you got from the evidence sitting on that table over there, that's what you are to consider, not what the attorneys talked about in opening. But what Mr. Wiggs said is you aren't going to hear just find her guilty because common sense. But the instructions that the judge gives you, and the judge will give you a full written packet of all of these instructions, so you don't have to worry about writing down the various instructions as we're talking about them. The judge will give that to you. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. So common sense is absolutely part of the instructions the judge is giving you, and absolutely part of what you should use when you are weighing the credibility of the evidence, the witnesses that have testified from both sides. The state has proven this case through the totality of the circumstances of this entire investigation. It is important to remember that Laurie Shaver is the only one that stood any sort of benefit to gain by the death of her husband. She had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to do this. And when I talk about the means, the gun that was recovered from Robert Seha that he purchased from Laurie Shaver prior to the body being discovered is the same caliber and class as the projectile found in Michael Shaver's skull. And remember the testimony of Megan Cleek, the firearms investigator from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement that did that analysis. Once again, I'm going to trust that you remember what she said as opposed to what the attorneys say about it. But what she said was the projectile that was found in the skull was the same caliber, meaning that it was the right size ammunition to be fired from that pink and black .38 Special. She also said that it had all of the class characteristics from that type of firearm. The only thing she said it was missing in order to make a full comparison and the thing that she would need in order to say, in fact, it was that gun, is it didn't have enough evidence of the individual characteristics from that firearm. You saw the condition of that projectile, how smushed it got once it struck the inside of the skull. You also heard her say, when she did the test fires with that weapon, in the most pristine situation she possibly could, firing into that water tank, the individual characteristics that were left on those pristine projectiles were very hard to see. So between the time frame, the degradation, and the fact that this gun does not leave strong individual characteristics, it's completely understandable why 4 years later, when it's examined, they just can't find it. But all of the evidence that is in that projectile is consistent with being fired from that weapon. Motive. We actually heard evidence of a couple different motives, because it is clear that she wanted to be with Jeremy Townsend. We are going to talk much more at length about the Facebook activity, the flowers, the messages sent to Vanessa Townsend, but she wanted out and she wanted to be with her new boyfriend. But you also heard her say, when Frank Merritt came to check on the whereabouts of Michael Shaver, when she claimed that he, in the middle of the night, got into a black SUV, abandoned all of his property, his vehicle, his clothes, anything that had any sort of value, and hauled up to Georgia, that she and Michael had had a fight because she found the fact that his previous girlfriend, Kendall Davidowski's phone number was still in his phone. Motive is not something the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not one of those elements. But we have presented you evidence of what her motives would be in this case. And finally, opportunity. That means, was this person in a position to commit this crime? I believe Detective Dale summarized it best when she said, the body was found buried in the backyard. It's not like he got carjacked and shot on I-Drive. All three of those factors point in the direction of Laurie Shaver. So now let's talk and focus on the totality of circumstances. That goes to all of that on that table, all the things that have been presented to you, showing how she hijacked his Facebook, showing how she impersonated him to his friends and family members through texts, Facebook messages, took all the efforts she possibly could to avoid anyone from starting to look. Now, you have heard various friends and family members talk about how over the course of 2.5, 3 years, they went looking for Michael. It wasn't a scenario where he talked to anybody on a daily basis, weekly basis. There were times that he would go and not visit and things of that. But he always responded. When people would reach out to him, he would respond. He wouldn't leave those messages unanswered. And when they did get any response after November 2015, every single person that talked to you about that said it was obviously different. It was not the way he would respond. Finally, when taking all of the circumstances, all of the evidence, and putting it all together, that's where the state is asking you to rely on your common sense. Because you can take any one piece of this puzzle and you can look at that and you can say, well, I mean, that's not an eyewitness that saw what happened. That's not a piece of DNA. Maybe that's not something that proves in and of itself that Laurie Shaver committed this murder. And we're not saying any one piece of evidence over there does that. We never have. We got up here, Mr. Buxman in opening was straightforward with what you were going to see. He told you there's not going to be a witness that's going to say Laurie Shaver did this, that I saw her do this. He told you what the forensic evidence was going to be. We put that up there so you could see it. But we also gave you the explanation of why, after someone is buried in the ground over multiple years and their body decomposes, the effects that that has on any sort of trace DNA evidence, any sort of trace fingerprint evidence. But we were upfront about that with you. We told you that's how it was going to be. But we are asking you to follow that judge's instruction and use your common sense in looking at all of this together. Because when you look at it all together, the conclusion is crystal clear. Let's start going through the timeline. November 7th, 2015 is the last time Michael Shaver is seen by any friends, family members, co-workers, anyone other than Laurie Shaver. November 9th, 2015, after Frank Merritt had reached out first to Michael the day before, text about a gun cleaning kit, did not get any response. He followed up with that, and Michael says, well, I put air quotes, Michael says to Frank Merritt, have to quit my job to work on my marriage. Submit to you, someone going and becoming unemployed and not earning any money probably isn't the best way to go about working on and contributing to marriage. But that's the first type of response that people thought was odd. November 10th, 2015 was the first time ever that Michael Shaver did not show to work and did not call to say he was not coming in. This continues to November 12th, 2015, and ultimately leads to his termination. November 11th, from those Facebook records, the Laurie Shaver Facebook records, Laurie Shaver posts a public posting to the entire world wishing various veterans a happy Veterans Day. Most importantly, in that list of people that she thanks is her brave, loving man. Michael Shaver was never in the military. Her husband was never in the military. Jeremy Townsend was. One day after Michael Shaver has no contact with his place of employment, she is publicly posting for all the world to see, talking about her brave, loving man, veteran, Jeremy Townsend. November 12th, 2015, John Borglum receives a text message from Mike's phone that's saying he has issues at home and was in Georgia, so go ahead and fire him. Now remember, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever that he was ever in Georgia. None of his bank records show any activity up there. His family members in Georgia, they haven't seen him. And Mike just leaves his job, his vehicle, everything behind. November 13th, 2015, because this is all extremely unusual, Frank Merritt goes to the Shaver residence to check in on Mike and is told he went to Georgia. Now, when Laurie testified yesterday, she tried to say, oh no, he must have misunderstood. I never said Georgia, definitely. That's just a misunderstanding. But remember, he's not the only one to say he got a message about Mike going to Georgia. Because John Borglum the day before, in that text message sent from Michael Shaver's phone, and whoever had that said he went to Georgia. Laurie's version of what happened in November. She kicks Michael Shaver out after the November 7th, 2015 tractor show, and he returns to live at the airplane hangar. So now the story has changed from he went in a black SUV, went out in the middle of the night to go up to Georgia, to he is living at the airplane hangar. If that is true, you need to believe all of the following. One, despite the fact that the last time he was out of the home and living at the hangar, he was still working at Disney, he somehow decides to abandon his source of income. He's kicked out of the home. He's obviously going to need a place to stay. He's going to have to pay for bills, pay for food. But that's the period of time he decides, I'm not coming to work anymore. You also have to believe that he decided to just abandon his vehicle, his source of transportation, his source of actually maybe finding another job, being able to go various places. You also have to believe that he leaves behind anything he has that has any sort of value. Guns, tools at Disney, anything. Now he's unemployed, homeless, gonna need to fend for himself, but he just leaves all of that behind. And then you heard also today from Katina that he left all of his belongings, toiletries, and clothing behind at the house. So you basically have to believe, if you believe Laurie Shaver's version as she told you yesterday, all of those things would have to be true. So what's the evidence that that's not true? Well, the person that she indicated took him to Georgia came in and said, nope, I didn't do that. All of his friends, all of his family members that live in Georgia, no, we never saw him. All of the bank activity is here in Claremont by the home that he lived in with Laurie. The bank activity is not even out by the hangars. There's one entry that deals with Disney, but every ATM withdrawal, Groveland, Claremont, 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 Claremont. He was not in Georgia. No outgoing phone activity after November 7th, 2015. None. And then, if he is kicked out of the home, fending for himself, there is absolutely no reason for him to just also cut off contact with friends, family, and coworkers. But that's exactly what happened. Michael Shaver was dead before November 10th, 2015, because he fell off the face of the earth. There is no bank, phone, any activity that is associated in this day and age with what people need to do in order to survive, because he's dead. These are the various records that you heard about, that you saw. Everything is in those folders so you can review it. But this is what I am talking about the bank activity from the time he was killed, before November 10th, 2015, and then December 30th, when that account just becomes overdrawn and is never used again. November 20th, online purchase to wish.com. November 24th, online purchase to wish.com. 12/14, ATM deposit. What was that deposit? That was the check that was mailed to his home from Mariner Finance. And this is important because this check was sent to the place where she lives. And it was deposited in Claremont. Michael Shaver does not have a vehicle. I think Laurie was trying to explain to you how, well, he would just come by, no one would see him, no one would know anything, but he would just check his mail because it was out by the street. That makes no sense. He has no car, he has no money, no phone, but he's coming by to check his mail and get this check? No. That's just not credible. That's not believable. He then, after he makes this deposit, ATM withdrawal Bailey, 12/14, ATM withdrawal Claremont, 12/18, ATM withdrawal Claremont, 12/21, ATM withdrawal Groveland, 12/21, ATM withdrawal Claremont, 12/23, purchase from Walmart.com. Who was the purchaser there? She was. You saw the...
I just want to point out, all she had to do was take the stand and say, Jeremy came and killed him in November. All this other stuff I did to make it look like he was still alive because I was scared of Jeremy. And then we might still have reasonable doubt. She didn't do that. She made up an entirely different story. And that's why she's so unbelievable. That's why we can't think Jeremy did this. That's why she should be found guilty.
The receipts. You saw the Walmart.com records. You saw it went to that address. Finally, 12/23, ATM withdrawal Claremont. And at that point, on the 30th, the account becomes overdrawn, never used again. Mike is walking around, having no contact with friends, family members between November and May. We're just getting his money. His bank account is cashed out, absolutely no activity. There's no reason, if he's out trying to forage for himself now, kicked out of the home, living at the hangar, and he doesn't maintain his bank records, bank accounts. But it is depleted by Laurie, because all of that activity is Claremont and Groveland. Phones. This is Michael Shaver's phone records. This is the number that he had. This is the number that you heard his friend Brendan Burns actually pull out his phone, say, I still have his phone number programmed in my phone. This is what it is. This is that 5121 number. And once again, all of these records are in those folders. You can look at them yourself. You obviously know you can't read all the detail here. But the point of putting this up was to show you that this one in blue is that phone call he made out on the 7th to Epcot. That was the Detective Dale told you. That was the last outgoing call from this phone number. In the research, that phone number was associated with a landline in Epcot, where he worked. Before that, this is all the activity. It almost daily calls out, calls in, calls out, calls in. This first area, all those yellow highlighted, are calls back and forth between him and Laurie Shaver. After November 7th, nothing. Not a single call out from his phone. He doesn't have a car. He doesn't have a job. He's not at the hangar. None of his friends there have seen him. He's got to communicate with somebody if he's alive in order to keep going. But there's no activity because he's not alive, because Laurie Shaver killed him before November 10th, 2015. The only phone record after November 7th, 2015 is the collections call from Mariner, because the check that was mailed to her was deposited in Claremont and they were coming to collect. And when they called, remember what Tara Mitchell told you. A female answered the phone and said, "Oh, this is a new number." But we know that's not true, because you have all the phone records showing the history of that phone number, and how it changed. And we'll come back to that. So let's keep going with the timeline. In December of 2015, Mike's mother becomes ill. His family is seeking him out to let him know that she is very sick. I believe the testimony from Stacy Turner was it looked like she might not make it. Couldn't get in touch with him. All the texts, phone, Facebook, whatever they tried, couldn't find him because he's dead. But they did get in touch with Laurie. And she said, "I'll get word to him." There's no phone calls to him. She knew she didn't have to call him because she knew he was dead, because she killed him. March 24th, 2016, Laurie Shaver posts about the fire pit that she made. This is the area that multiple witnesses told you was a hole. It was going to be a duck pond. But now in March 2014, that area is filled in. And wouldn't you know it, Michael Shaver's right there. He's in that. Isabel described it as a really big hole. April 6, 2016. This is where we start showing you how we know Laurie Shaver had Michael Shaver's phone and access to the ability to text people, had access to his Facebook, had access to everything she needed to do to keep people from starting to look for him, to keep people from investigating the fact that she killed her husband and buried him in the backyard. That phone number, 352-431-5121, on April 6, 2016, this would be approximately 4.5 months since Laurie said, "I kicked him out." But that phone number is changed. Saw those records, Vice brought in, changed phone number to 352-801-0941. And then 10 days later, that phone number is changed again to 352-431-8444. As a reminder, the phone numbers that were important in this case started off with the 431-5121 number, the one we just talked about, how it got changed 2 times within the period of 15 days. We know that was Mike's number. The records are connected with Laurie Shaver as the subscriber. We also heard Brendan Burns testify. That was the phone number I've had programmed in my phone since the last time I ever talked to my friend. Laurie Shaver's phone is 352-431-0419. We have her phone records. We have the screenshot from the time frame that Vanessa Townsend had reached out to Laurie to discuss the messages that she had received. We also had the screenshots from the text messages between Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver, and lo and behold, the phone number associated with Laurie Shaver in those text messages is this 431-0419 number. Now, Laurie testified yesterday and doesn't seem to remember any phone numbers that she's ever had, but the records show it, the screenshots show it, the text messages show that was her number at the time. And then there's a folder, and as opposed to the call details and said this is the call out, this is the call in, that third folder we talked about with Tanner Gale shows the history of that phone number and device. And it shows how on April 6th, the phone number was changed from Mike's original number to the 0941 number. Why is that important? Well, 2 days later, after changing Michael Shaver's phone number to a new number, she reaches out through Facebook to contact Vanessa Townsend and says, here is my number, call me. Vanessa Townsend goes to call that number at one point. Remember what she said. I called this person and asked me to call them. They wouldn't answer, but they would text. Laurie can't answer the phone and pretend she's Mike anymore. She has to text. Well, that number only stays in place for 10 days. She got it. She did what she needed with it. She got rid of that number, got a new number. What number was that? 352-431-8444. Why is that important? Well, in July, she's filing a court document with her address and her phone number, 352-431-8444. This shows that she had the original Mike Shaver phone and phone number this entire time. This shows the constant link between when she killed him in November, had his device, had the number changed to contact Vanessa, and then had it changed again to the number that she represented as hers. April 6, 2016. Laurie Shaver's bank records reflect the purchase of flowers sent to Vanessa Townsend. April 9th, Michael Shaver's Facebook sends Vanessa Townsend, that's when she asked him to contact her at the 0941, the burner phone. And April 11th, 2016, Michael Shaver Facebook sends a message informing Vanessa she's about to get a special delivery. And she does. The flowers purchased by Laurie Shaver, as shown in her bank records. She receives the flowers, exposing the affair. But that's not all she ultimately gets from Laurie via the Mike Shaver's Facebook. She gets pictures after picture after picture, text message, screenshot after screenshot after screenshot. I ask you once again to use your common sense. This is Mike Shaver reaching out to inform some other person that their husband was being involved in an affair. Wouldn't this be enough? Wouldn't this picture do it? Why all that? Why? This was Mike. Would all that be necessary? This isn't sent by a husband trying to inform some other person's wife that their partners were having an affair. This is sent by Laurie Shaver because she wanted to drive a wedge because Vanessa would not leave. Jeremy would not leave Vanessa, and that is what she wanted. September 12th through the 14th of 2016, the cement slab is poured over Michael Shaver's body. That is shown to you by the cement mixer rental being for that period, and then it is also confirmed in Facebook posts a couple days later at Isabel's birthday party on September 19th, 2016. Michael Shaver's body has been in the ground for some time now, but there is no argument that can be made that after that cement slab is put down, that his body was not there. On September 20th, 2016, after we know for a fact Michael Shaver has to be dead, there is a Facebook message to his niece, and this is the one that reached out to him and said, "Hey Mike, how you doing?" And he said, "I don't know you. I don't know who you are." Because she didn't have the Shaver last name. Laurie didn't recognize him. She's like, "I'm your niece." She talked about how she had discussions with him. Mike knew she was getting married, knew that she was going to be changing her name. And Michael Shaver's Facebook reply is, "I don't have a family anymore. I have no clue who you are. Now stop messaging." September 20th, 2016, after we know Mike has to be underneath that cement slab, he also sends a Facebook message to Vanessa Townsend. "Hi Vanessa, how are you? Moving good looks good on you. Hope you and your son are doing well." Now, Mr. Wiggs has talked at length with various witnesses about maybe Jeremy Townsend had this phone. Maybe he was just driving up to the house for months and months and months after this relationship was ending to try to get into the router to have the IP address match Laurie Shaver's IP address, and that he was the one that was doing all this. No reason for Jeremy Townsend to send this message to Vanessa, because it's not true. It's just as unreasonable as the idea of some sort of hacker getting into Michael Shaver's Facebook account to post a stupid meme. It makes no sense because it's not true. Laurie Shaver had access to it. Laurie Shaver had access to the devices. Laurie Shaver had the means and desire to make people not want to come look because she killed him. March 8th, 2017, after we know Michael has been dead for a very long time now, and known that he is underneath that cement slab, the Facebook profile picture is changed to a photo taken by Brendan Burns in 2014 that he says I probably texted to him back then. So who would have access to that to put it up on his Facebook profile to try to act like Michael Shaver was still alive? Someone that has his phone. who had his phone. She did. And those phone records proved it. January 1st, 2018, that is when Michael Shaver's Facebook profile is changed to the random bar picture that Detective Strickland did research into using the reverse Google image to show that had something to do with some sort of Bloody Mary company out in the Midwest, and Michael Shaver's nowhere in that photo. March 14th, 2017 is when the cover photo changed. And that was that odd-looking revolver that I think had 700 bullets in it that Detective Strickland made a joke about that's not a real gun. Well, it's important to remember that the post of that cover photo and almost the 2-year anniversary of Michael Shaver's death, to put a gun after he was shot in the back of the head, shows that Laurie Shaver's Facebook account and Michael Shaver's Facebook account utilized that same IP address, meaning that they have to be in the same location, the devices that are accessing these accounts. It's the same, whether it's Starbucks, whether it's Laurie Shaver's home, it doesn't matter. It is in the same IP, the same location. Both of those accounts are accessed within 1 minute of each other. Has to be someone that has control of both accounts. There's no other reasonable explanation for that. The Facebook IP logs. We spent a lot of time talking about these. This is a summary that Detective Strickland described. And going through this, you can see how there is activity throughout a 2-year period where both of these Facebook accounts are utilizing the same IP address. Once again, we've been upfront with you since the moment we started talking about this case that we are not going to be able to tell you the physical address of that IP address. But it doesn't matter. Wherever it is, you have to be in the same location to access the IP. And when both accounts are constantly utilizing the same IP address, that shows that that is the same location, the same person accessing that. If you were to go through this and go through all 70 some odd pages, you would see there are 13 separate IP addresses that both accounts utilize over the course of that period. And you heard some testimony about how providers like CenturyLink will sometimes roll that, change your personal IP address to your home every month, maybe every 2 months. What you will see is that both devices utilize a particular IP address for about a month, maybe 45 days. And then it changes to another IP address. And then both of those devices share that IP address for that entire time. There's countless instances in there where you might see the Michael Shaver Facebook address, Facebook account access an IP address, and then the next day, Laurie Shaver's Facebook account accesses that same IP address, and it goes back and forth, back and forth. That is a folder full of those examples. But if you were to go through there, you would not only would you find 13 separate IP addresses that they use, you will see activity on Michael Shaver's Facebook account that continues after the cement slab is laid over his body in September of 2016. You will see there are 31 separate days in that 2-year period where they both access the same IP address on the same day. You will see that there are 12 days in there where there is activity between the Laurie Shaver account and the Michael Shaver account within 2 hours of each other. There is one instance, which we talked about with the gun photo on the almost 2-year anniversary of his murder, that is 1 minute and 7 seconds apart. There's another instance on July 15th, 2016, where the activity is within 6 minutes of each other. This is the same person looking at these, using these. This is one example of the type of thing you'll see in this chart. This is from April 2016 on this side, where you can see there are some days, once again, look through this chart, feel free to do so, where on certain days it's actually going back and forth. Both are being accessed throughout the day. November of 2017, towards the end of that chart, this is where you can see the actual data that I've been talking about, showing the 1 minute. And not only have we given you this summary to try to help you with going through all this information, you have the originals right there, and you can go through it yourself. And you can check it and look at all of that. Justifiable and excusable homicide. Justifiable homicide is going to be the self-defense, defense of others that we will talk about shortly. The excusable homicide instruction is given to you. You've heard it, read it. I would submit to you that none of these things apply when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing a lawful act. There's absolutely no evidence of any of that. Accident and misfortune and the heat of passion. Heat of passion is coming in and being so overwhelmed by something that a reasonable person would not act any different. Not to be blunt, but you come in and you see your child being attacked, molested, whatever it may be, and you are overcome with this emotion, and no reasonable person would not. That actually doesn't excuse the killing. It just means that you don't have the necessary intent to commit second-degree murder or first-degree murder. It would be a manslaughter. And when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used. Well, we know someone was shot in the back of the head. That doesn't apply. Excusable homicide has to be given in every homicide, but none of those apply. Before we talk about the defense of others, I want to go through and talk about the tools the judge has given you to aid in your common sense in weighing the credibility and weighing the evidence in this case. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did they have an accurate memory? Were they straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I'd submit to you that as you go through this, all of these questions that you ask yourself are pretty common sense, that these are the types of things you should use to try to assess a witness's credibility. Defense of others. The testimony that has been presented to you by the defense is that Isabel shot her dad in the back of the head. And then, just so happened, at that exact same moment, that Jeremy Townsend showed up, grabbed the gun, shot him again, and then threatened to kill Isabel and Aiden if anybody said something. They also say, both Laurie Shaver and Isabel Shaver, that Laurie took her kids to school, that Aiden had no idea anything that had been going on. Gunshot in the back porch, huge fight. Isabel said Jeremy threatened him and threatened to kill him. But Laurie said Aiden had no idea what was going on. I just needed to get them to school, and it was a short trip over to school. All I wanted to do is get them to school and then get back home. That's what she said. And she says when she got back, Laurie said when Jeremy got back, Jeremy was gone and there was no change in the property. She talked about how close this school was to her. All she did was take the kids to school and drive right back. Yet somehow, Jeremy was able to clean up the entire scene, remove the body, and I guess come back some other day undetected and bury it and no one noticed disturbed ground anywhere? These rules of weighing the evidence and assessing credibility, the judge has told you specifically, since the defendant has testified, you are to use those same questions, those same tools in order to assess her credibility. And when you look at this story, it makes no sense because it's just not true. Now, ultimately, proving this case is the state's burden. We have to prove she was the one that killed him. They don't have to prove to you it was self-defense or defense motive. We have to prove to you it wasn't. And we have, because all of the evidence shows that Michael Shaver was not alive in November, was not alive when this happened, because he's been dead since November of 2015. Somehow, Isabel, who shot her dad in the back of the head and went to school when she was 7 years old, has absolutely no memory of what year or what month this happened in. What grade were you in? I don't remember. I don't know. What month was it? I don't know. I think spring or summer. What year? No clue. And she said she went to school that day and carried on like nothing happened. It's the state's burden to prove this case. But if you are fed a story that is just patently false and fails all common sense scrutiny, ask yourself, why? Why did they come up here and try to feed that to you? Because to cover up the reality that Laurie Shaver killed her husband back in November. And they're trying to give you a story, and they're trying to fit it in to the timeline that has been established over the course of this case. Because also remember, in the very beginning, when Laurie Shaver was arrested, you heard testimony that her attorney said, you need to look into two people. You really need to look at these people. Jeremy Townsend and James Ballou. Okay? Well, if this is the story back when Laurie was arrested in 2020, why bring James Ballou into this? That's not part of their tale. That has nothing to do with it. But that's how the story started. And then as the evidence progressed, that in 2022, Isabel shows up as this potential witness. And despite what Mr. Wiggs told you in the very beginning, that we were offering the truth to the state, and they shut the door on us. They said, we don't want to hear it. They want to talk to her. But you heard from her attorney. What does she tell you? Every time after she became the attorney of this witness, I would see her and say, hey, anytime your client wants to come and talk, I'm here. Does that sound like the state shutting the door on his theory? Or is that just the convenient tale they want to tell? And we went through Laurie's Facebook because it has been 9 years since this happened. The person, Isabel, that you saw testify is a much different person than the little girl she was when she says she shot her dad. These are the pictures of Isabel from back when she says she shot her dad in the back of the head. Went to school, carried on like nothing happened. And then this great, wonderful mother that Isabel described, who is saying that these two were involved in this horribly traumatic incident in 2016. She go get her therapy, counseling. I think maybe she needs to talk to somebody about the fact she shot her dad in the back of her head and was threatened by her mom's boyfriend. No, one time this year, I saw a counselor and talked to somebody. We're fine. No big deal. The story makes no sense because it isn't true. But the evidence completely disputes their tale. Dr. Coberly told you that this is a single gunshot to the back of the head. Isabel told you, I shot my dad in the back of the head. He sat there, he started shaking, he started seizing. And then they said Jeremy came up and shot again. There's no damage other than post-mortem rib breakings from after the body was buried in the backyard for years. Also makes absolutely no sense that if someone was coming in to finish someone off, give them a coup de grace shot with a gun, if they want to put another shot in the head, that they would shoot him in some soft, fleshy area so as to not hit any bones. But this injury, Dr. Coberly looked at underneath a microscope, and she says there is no doubt that is one gunshot. She says even when you have a scenario where somebody takes the gun, pulls the trigger, and immediately pulls the trigger again in that exact same spot, there's going to be derivations, there's going to be enough movement that they can see kind of a figure eight type of movement, figure eight type of configuration, to show that there was more than one shot. There's also only one projectile in the skull. Probably didn't even need that explanation of the microscopic examination because there's only one bullet there. But scientifically, we know Michael was shot one time. Going back into those tests, going to those questions. Does the witness have some interest in how this case should be decided? Laurie Shaver, Travis Miller, and Isabel Shaver are the only witnesses in this case that had an interest in how this case should be decided. Isabel Shaver said, I love my mom. I don't want to see anything bad happen to her. I want to keep my family together. And I understand that. But that doesn't mean what she told you is true. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I want you to think about Travis Filmer and target his discussion of this commitment ceremony on December 31st, 2016. No, nobody thought this was a wedding. We didn't represent this as a wedding. Was she wearing a wedding dress? Yeah. Was she walked down the aisle by your grandfather? Yes. Was there someone there conducting the entire ceremony? Yes. Heard testimony from other people. Well, they absolutely told us it was a wedding. And you also saw the Facebook post that Laurie put up announcing their engagement, saying that I'm going to be a filmer. Now, is that in and of itself the big earth-shattering aha moment? No. But if you can't trust them on the little things, how on earth are you going to trust them on the big things? Laurie Shaver, as far as honest and straightforward answering the attorney's questions, you got to see the way she testified, you got to see her temperament, you got to see all of that. But also, once again, the little things. Was this your phone number? I don't know. That's the types of tools you can use in assessing their credibility. Does the witness testimony agree with other testimony and other evidence in this case? Everything except for Laurie Shaver and Isabel Shaver show you and tell you Michael Shaver has been dead since November of 2015. And if he's dead in November of 2015, he definitely isn't showing up unannounced 6 months later, for the first time on their porch, I guess, wearing his nothing but his shorts, socks, and underwear, because that's how the body was found in the ground. Is that somebody that just shows up unannounced and starts a fight? Or is that somebody that was at home, asleep, in that bed, when he was shot in the back of the head? Even Laurie Shaver and Isabel Shaver's testimony conflicts with each other. Isabel Shaver said her father had not been living at home since 2014, since that DV arrest in 2014. Laurie testified, actually consistent as far as that living arrangement as other witnesses that you've heard from, where she says, no, he was living there. But Isabel, now Dad hadn't been there since September of 2014. Also, Isabel says, Jeremy said he was going to kill me and my brother. Laurie says, Jeremy said, if you tell anyone, DCF will come and take you away from the family. Their stories don't even match. Because it's fabricated. It's made up. It's flat out not true. And it's inconsistent with everything else that you have heard. The only witness that Laurie got up there and say wasn't fabricating something was her daughter. Scott Amatuccio. He's lying that he's actually friends with Mike. They weren't really friends. You heard from Katina. She's like, oh no, they were great friends. Frank Merritt. He's lying. I never told him Mike went to Georgia. Jeremy Townsend. All sorts of lies. He would spend the night. He would be that right there is should be a huge red flag to you. If Jeremy Townsend was out spending the night at someone else's home 3-4 times a week, the way Laurie and Isabel tried to tell you, Vanessa would know. She wouldn't need someone to send her flowers with a card to expose an affair. Vanessa had no clue that anything was going on because Jeremy would go over in the middle of the day the way he told you. Robert Mercado is not being truthful when he said that Laurie got upset one day and was threatening people with a gun. Austin Filmer is not telling the truth when he said that he went over there and helped Travis lay down this concrete slab. Vanessa Townsend obviously is lying because she said there was never any time that Jeremy was missing at night. He always came home. He was always living at home. John Borglum apparently is lying about the reason why he terminated Mike Shaver, because Laurie got up there and said no, he was fired because of a sexual harassment claim. So also, I guess, Disney's lying when they sent over all of Mike Shaver's work records and just hid any sort of sexual harassment claim against him. But today you actually heard the truth about that sexual harassment claim, and nothing to do with Michael. She called it in against Kendall Davidowski, the woman that Mike Shaver was dating when they were separated. Kendall got up there and said, yeah, I worked at Disney. Laurie Shaver called in and made a complaint about the relationship I had with Mike Shaver. So everyone is lying about Laurie, but Laurie is the only witness that you heard from that actually admits lying to other people. She admits lying to law enforcement. She admits that when they came and said, do you know what happened to your husband? She said, I don't know. That was a lie. She knows he was dead. She tries to say, I had no idea he was buried on the property. No idea that he was under this cement slab she poured. But as far as anything that happened to him, no clue. She admits lying to Rabin, her former boss, about the fact that after Michael Michael Shaver was dead in November, she told her former boss, oh, he's in jail somewhere for failing to pay child support and his driver's license suspended. She admitted that was a lie. She lies to her son, Aiden, because she says, when I told, after I saw Mike killed in the fashion they try to say it happened, she told her son that her dad went away and went to jail. Even if you're trying to cover this up and trying to tell something to the son, why say your father went to jail? That's spite. That's absolute spite on this man that she killed. And then Katina Vasquez, who testified here today, that this whole thing you heard about in 2014, about how this is just so indicative of what happens in the household and how she was abused by Michael and all of these things. What did Katina tell you? Laurie told me that was a lie. Mike should have never been arrested for that. I was the aggressor. I threw the vase. I broke the slide glass doors. I hit him with the gun. Mike can't get up here and speak for himself and defend himself, but he doesn't have to. Because people like Katina come up and tell you the truth about Laurie's lives. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony they gave in court? Tammy Dale talking to Isabel. Do you know what happened to him, your dad? Isabel, I have no clue. I don't know, he just left. At the CAC, so you did not see anything that happened that would have made you have an idea of what happened to him? Isabel, no. The last time she remembered seeing him...
Is there an objection, sir?
Yeah.
Sidebar, please.
I don't remember if those documents were entered into evidence or not. If they weren't entered into evidence, he should not be reading from them because somebody would have had to testify to them. He can only talk about what is in evidence, not stuff that is out of court. So I don't know. I'm guessing that's the basis for the objection. And if it is the basis for the objection, he should be admonished for reading it. The jury should get a curative instruction. But if it is in evidence, it's fair game. I don't necessarily think this is the best closing argument ever. He's hitting a lot of very good points. I just don't, the structure doesn't seem like it's the best possible structure for a closing argument. Not knowing who's on the jury, not knowing how people on the jury think, you kind of want it to be in an order that is commonly understood, and he's kind of bouncing back and forth. He's doing it kind of based on subject matter, which is making it traverse back and forth as far as timelines are concerned, and then he's bouncing back and forth among witnesses with respect to each subject matter. But then at times he's just talking about a specific witness and traversing different subject matters when he's talking about that particular witness. So following his logical understanding of the case is a little difficult because he's using kind of different techniques as he goes along. But he is hitting a lot of very good points. So in that respect, he's doing an okay job.
Just remember what Isabel was testifying about. I asked her, did you tell this to Tammy Dale? Did you tell this to CC? She admitted, I told these inconsistent statements that are completely different from what she testified. Now,
Yeah, so those aren't in evidence, those documents that he was reading from, so he can't read from them. All he can do is kind of recount her testimony.
I will also submit to you that back when Laurie Shaver was first arrested is when these statements were made. And this, I don't know, he just left, is consistent with what Laurie Shaver told every other person that came looking. In 2020, I believe the evidence is completely clear that Isabel had no idea what happened. The only thing she knew is what her mom told her, and that's that he just left. And that this story was fabricated. Travis Filmer states in depo that the reason Laurie did not want a legal wedding was due to financial issues. Yet at trial, he said she didn't want a legal wedding because, quote, she did not want to sign a contract with another man. And he started talking about, oh, poor Laurie and the things that had happened to her. But when he was actually presented with that depo transcript and given an opportunity to show me where he had said any of that before, he couldn't, because he didn't say it because it wasn't true. And also, this whole thing about not wanting to sign a contract with another man, we know that's not true because they ultimately got married once they legally could. Once it was discovered that her ex-husband was in fact dead, they got married, and you heard testimony about that. So all of that, not true, completely inconsistent. Travis Filmer states to Robert Proper and law enforcement, but Laurie said it's not that the victim is missing, it's that he is no longer walking this earth. And he just flat out denied it. But his friend, mentor, Robert Proper, and his twin brother, who said he overheard that comment to law enforcement, came in to verify it did. Then Travis Filmer had told his brother, Austin, that there were times that Laurie would get his phone, send texts to Austin, basically posing as Travis. I asked him, had you ever said that before? He said, no, that's never happened, no. Austin, his twin brother, came in and said, that absolutely has happened, and he's absolutely talking to me. And I could tell because we're twins. The way we communicate was completely different from the way she was communicating with me there. Which is the same thing you've heard from every friend and family member that received texts and Facebook messages from Laurie Shaver, posing as Michael Shaver, since his death in November. Brings us to count 2, the accessory after the fact. The judge has read you the law on this. I'm actually going to hold off in talking about this charge a little bit until after Mr. Wiggs has talked to you. I will tell you that a person cannot be guilty of the murder and as an accessory after the fact to that murder. Accessory means they were helping another person. The evidence we have presented to you proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Laurie Shaver committed second-degree murder. And because of that, the verdict should be guilty of murder in the second degree using a firearm and not guilty of accessory after the fact, because you can't be guilty of both. But the law does allow the state to present these alternate theories depending on how the jury perceives the evidence to make that final conclusion. But I will tell you that the evidence that has been presented is not that in May of 2016, Jeremy Townsend shot this man in the back of the head and Laurie had efforts to help cover that up. It's that Laurie killed him in November of 2015, and she, in order to prevent investigation into her own crimes, covered that up. The evidence of the cover-up is still showing you evidence that she is in fact the murderer. Comes back to that common sense. We've been talking all week about a lot of different things and a lot of different evidence, and what I've been trying to do here is put it together in such a way to kind of condense and show you how the bank records and the Facebook records all fit together. It's up to you to decide what's reliable, and you should use your common sense in deciding that. The totality of the circumstances show you that everything points to Laurie Shaver. She had the motive, the means, the opportunity. Mike is buried in her backyard. She's the one that installs the fire pit and puts the cement slab over his body. She lied to friends, family, and law enforcement about his whereabouts for years. There was no attempts to call Michael after 2015. She depleted his bank account. She sold his property. She posed as Michael through Facebook and his phone. Everything points to her. All the evidence points to her because she is guilty of murder in the second degree. The verdict form that you are going to be presented is not as simple as just guilty or not guilty. We talked about manslaughter being a lesser included, so that is on here as well. The judge will instruct you that you are to find the defendant guilty of the highest level offense that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So I would submit to you as you start your deliberations to start with the murder and go through those elements. Because if the murder is proven, manslaughter is obviously included, so that's proven as well. And you don't have to go to manslaughter if you all agree that the murder has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But there's also a couple questions here for you that you will also have to decide that deal with the use of a firearm. And that is crystal clear. There's a bullet in his head, a bullet hole in the back of his skull, but the law requires that you actually designate, yes, she was in actual possession, meaning that she had it in her hand when she shot Michael Shaver in the back of the head. She discharged the firearm and it caused great bodily harm or death. The state has presented to you evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that this was not self-defense. It was not defense of others, but it was murder in the second degree. And therefore, the verdict consistent with the law and the evidence is that she's guilty of second-degree murder, and that all three of those questions should be answered yes. Mr. Wiggs will be up here and talk about what he believes the evidence has shown to you, and I'll just remind you what the judge said, what the lawyers say is not evidence. You're to rely on your own memory of that evidence and what things were presented. So if either myself or Mr. Wiggs are saying something and you're like, that's not what I remember, you go back to your notes and you look and you make sure what you're being told is valid. It's actually what was presented to you today, this week. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Camacho. Mr. Wicks?
Yes, sir.
So he did go over a lot of good points. Some of the points that I would have honed in on. He missed some that I would have honed in on, but so be it. I do want to correct the record with respect to something I said. Mr. Townsend's wife, Jay's wife, Vanessa, actually said that they reconciled in May of 2016. So they didn't actually reconcile in April of 2016. They reconciled in May of 2016. So theoretically, he could have still been seeing Laurie, even though Laurie started, her Facebook campaign toward Vanessa to try to get Jeremy to leave Vanessa, or for Vanessa to leave Jeremy back in February, and that continued through April. It wasn't until May that they began reconciling. So theoretically, he could have still gone over to Laurie's house in May.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
It's been a long week, hasn't it, everybody? And I appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate your attention. I know it was an arduous event. All of us sitting here listening through that, all of the breaks at the bench, all those interruptions, it can be very annoying. It can take a lot of time. It's very distracting, but those things have to happen. In the voir dire, you'll remember, I stressed to y'all extensively about the Constitution. This is something we don't take for granted in a criminal case. Some people may want to downplay it. Some people may want to compromise our rights, the responsibilities, and the privileges that we have. They can't be. They cannot be compromised in the slightest event. This is a privilege we have. It's a constitution that is endured. It was created by hardship for men and women like us to live under the system we have. This system goes, we'll never have it back. We will never get it back. And it is at jeopardy at this stage. I told you that the founding fathers in this Constitution, they recognized that liberty comes with an extreme price. To deprive somebody of liberty comes with a lot of responsibility. Not coming in here, throwing a bunch of mud on the wall and saying, yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh, she lied about this, or here's another misstatement, or here's another misstatement. Laurie Shaver is not on trial for lying. Laurie Shaver is not on trial for bank fraud. Think about that. That the state has the audacity to come in here and state, money's moved, thus she committed a murder. Guns were sold, thus she committed a murder. There's a car in the yard and a misrepresentation, somebody went somewhere, thus causation. That's a huge leap, an extreme leap. Remember we spoke about in Vordaer, and I kind of used an example, and I said, I had seen on TV about, and I believe it was Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson talking about, I think it was Rogan talking about, and he said, I see photos and stuff and talk about UFOs. And he said, and I hear this, and I hear this, and I hear this. He goes, I really would like to believe in UFOs. And he says, but, there's just not enough to put it all together for me. And Jordan Peterson said, yeah, that's a conspiracy theory. What does the state put together here this week? A conspiracy theory. She lied about this. Here's a misstatement. Here's a misstatement here. Here's a misstatement there. She must have murdered the guy. Think about that. Think about the draw and the stretch that the state has put out. Well, she had a motive. All right. That's a big stretch. Okay? I want to talk about the law foremost, and then we'll go over to some facts. And I'm going to show you, undisputably, irrefutably, how more than one reasonable doubt exists in this case. And we know what your responsibility is, and I just ask that everybody abide by it. In the instructions, it talks about, yes, what are the elements of a homicide? When the killing, excusable homicide, now we're talking about. When the killing's committed by accident or misfortune. Okay, was Michael part of his own misfortune? Obviously. 2, when the killing occurs by accident, misfortune, or in the heat of passion. Okay, Michael brings on his own death. Michael comes to the house when the state never established his right to be there. We know there were injunctions in place periodically. 3, when the killing is committed by accident or misfortune resulting from a sudden combat. All right. The state wants you to believe Laurie lied about this, or there's a misstatement here, or she's sleeping around. Why did we have to hear that testimony to disparage my client? To think they're going to get emotional impact out of you? Is that relevant to this cause? Is it probative to a material fact that you have to decide? No. It's disparagement for the attempt to pull an emotional result out of you to fill in a verdict form. I told y'all at the beginning in my voir dire, the state has a responsibility to seek justice. And I said, what is the state seeking here? They're seeking a verdict. That's what it is. So most of what you heard, if not all of what you heard, is an emotional ploy for you to go back there and out of anger for Laurie Shaver, fill in a verdict form for the state. That's what's going on. That's what you've heard this week. Second-degree murder. Mr. Camuccio went over the elements, so I'll briefly touch on it again. The defendant's dead. Yeah, we know he's dead. Okay? The death was caused to by the criminal act of Laurie Shaver. Okay. Has any single witness taken the stand and shown you one piece of evidence that established Laurie Shaver killed Michael Shaver? Zero. Zero. Case over. Period. What they've done is brought in a bunch of digital data after the fact, after the event, and said, well, she tried to cover it up, or she didn't want to talk to this person, or she didn't want to talk to that person. Well, there's a good reason she probably didn't want to talk to numerous of these people, but a lot of it probably didn't have a darn thing to deal with the death of Michael Shaver. 3, there was an unlawful killing, an act eminently dangerous to another, demonstrating a depraved mind, without regard for human life. Okay. Has anybody established a depraved mind? No. Without regard for human life? No. Laurie Shaver was in her house when she was attacked. That's what happened. Did the state offer any evidence on causation, where this event occurred, how it occurred, any different than what the defendant and her daughter testified to? No. No. In fact, you may remember Tamra Dale. She gets up there, and I talked to her about it. And I said, you don't have any DNA, do you? No. You don't have any prints, do you? No. You have nothing in the scene in the house to suggest any activity, do you? No. You don't have anything in a gravesite, do you? No. You don't have any prints in there? No. You don't have any DNA in there, do you? No. You don't have any gun that links Laurie Shaver to the crime, do you? No. You don't have any confession, do you? No. You don't have any witness, do you? No. She admitted all that. And then her response was, well, how could we solve a murder any other way if we had to have all that stuff? Because you normally have that stuff if a murder has occurred and it's attributable to one person. The state tried to compromise that obligation. Do you remember? Do you remember how? They said, hey, Mr. Camuccio said, you're not going to hold us to that standard like CIS that you see on TV, right? Trying to lower what you could expect to see in this case. You're right, he said that, because he knew he didn't have any evidence. So we wanted to mentally prepare you to get you ready to not see evidence. That's what that was all about. You remember his statement earlier as well? We talked about the burden of proof. You'll remember that. And I talked about it in voir dire, and I talked about it, and I said, it's kind of like a football field. I said, in a criminal case,
I'm going to object.
this is an analogy for closing.
Let's have a sidebar, please. Thank you.
is this a great closing statement or the greatest closing statement? It's only one or the other. It's a binary choice. So pick one.
Football field. And I said, look, if it was a civil case and the standard is beyond reason, is by a preponderance of the evidence in a civil case, that's just tilting the scale, getting past kind of the center of the field. But in a criminal case where our founding fathers put the premium on liberty and the obligation on the state, I said it's the highest standard required under the law. You got to be on the end of the field, down here. There's a high difference between this, which can't be downplayed in this case by the state throwing some mud on the wall and saying, oh, there was a lie here or there was a lie there. You see, the state can't compromise that. Let's go on a little bit. When we talk about depraved mind, and you hear that word, and you'll have a complete set of these instructions. You go through them at your leisure, need be. Okay, it says, an issue in the case is whether Laurie Shaver did not have a depraved mind, without regard for human life, because she acted in the heat of passion. Okay, inadequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind, and then it gives you some factors to consider. There must have been a sudden event that would suspend the judgment. B, a reasonable person would have lost normal control. Driven by blind or unreasonable fury, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act. Y'all saw these photos. Y'all know there were repeated acts of violence in that house. This was not a blind event that Laurie Shaver just stepped up for her child and said, I'm not going to act. They knew what was coming. And this is evidence that they knew what was coming. We had multiple injunctions that were filed with the court. Michael Shaver had been prosecuted in the past, and the state wants to sit here and say, hey, this was some blind event and she just murdered her husband. I'd like to hear an explanation for that. Let's move on some. Let's talk, because the state's going to have the last word in this case. They always do. We don't have the privilege to respond to their last word. Okay? Let's think about this. She's charged with accessory after the fact as well as a crime. What are the elements of this offense? And let's think about it. They state that a murder in the second degree was committed by another. State has a real courage to announce who that another person is in the elements or in the information. They don't have the backbone to tell you here who the actor is, who the principal is. And yet they'll come into court and say Laurie did it. Then it says, after the murder, Laurie Lee Shaver maintained, assisted, aided, or attempted to aid another person. Stop. Right there. we see and hear talk about money going into the bank or going there. Okay? Is there been any showing in this trial how any money was moved to assist, aid, or attempt to aid somebody in escaping detection of a crime? No. Laurie's using money to live a life, feed her kids, that the state can't not deny is marital money, equitable money, that she didn't have a right to touch it, anything like that. But it's all a pull for you. And then it says, and at that time, Laurie Shaver knew that the other person had committed murder. Okay, let's think about that. That's an important element as well. And I'll tell you why. If you have a right to self-defense, no crime has been committed if somebody dies. No crime occurred. So you'll have to assess, was there a right of self-defense? If so, no crime has occurred. 2, where was money being spent to aid detection for somebody who had not committed a crime? You see? Does that make sense to you? Under the justifiable use of self-defense, it represents, and I'll just highlight some of this for you because I want to talk about facts. It says Laurie Shaver was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force, or Isabel was justified in using or threatening to use it, if she reasonably believed. Now we know the history in this family. That's undisputable. That's physical. That's not to be questioned. Was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself. Okay? And then it goes on and tells you, well, what's the type of harm that they suspected would happen? Michael's trying to kill her, or he's trying to commit an aggravated battery. And then the instructions tell you what that is, what the elements of first-degree murder are that Michael's trying to do, or how he's trying to create another hard battery on her. Okay? And that's spelled out in these instructions. Then the instruction will tell you as well that justifiable use of force is justifiable if Laurie or Isabel reasonably believe that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death, meaning that a murder, attempted murder on her, or great bodily harm. Has the state eliminated this defense? No, not at all. They want to throw mud on the wall and say, well, she lied here. She spent some money here. But they can't say first and foremost she didn't have a right to defend herself, to establish that a crime even occurred. It's actually, listening to this case, I gotta tell you, I'm spun around listening to it. The judge is going to give you an instruction because they've made an issue in this case out of this. And it's an important instruction because it kind of strikes a nerve in all of us. And it says this: you must understand, no individual has any duty to report the commission of a crime simply because they observed a crime having been committed. Laurie Shaver could watch Jay Townsend shoot somebody and had no duty to call the police. Isabel would have no duty to call the police if she hadn't shot him or done anything. Okay? That's a fact. That's a law. The state will act otherwise. Like, no, they could have called 911. Why didn't you call 911? again, we spoke about this in board item. Let me grab it. Foremost, I'm going to say, excuse my handwriting, okay? Probably the worst penmanship in the state of Florida, if anybody. But anyway, the judge will tell you that a reasonable doubt, and they're in your instructions. I briefly spoke about it because this is very important. If there's one reasonable doubt, it is the requirement, the responsibility, the necessity of any and every jury to return a verdict of not guilty. Not guilty. How does it arise? From the evidence. It can arise from the evidence itself. It can arise because of the lack thereof in the evidence. It can arise by a conflict in the evidence. Those instructions tell you. And they further say that if your feeling is not stable, but one that wavers and vacillates, you got a reasonable doubt. You see? Now let's shift over to the facts and talk about some of those facts. One we spoke about, and I want to remind you, the burden of proof is entirely on the state. Ms. Shaver was not required to take the stand, expose herself to criticism, ridicule, or a misstatement here or there. That burden stays on the state. We know, in this case, it became evidently clear, and should be to everybody here, that Ms. Shaver was in a marriage that had gone bad. It was a case where children lived in an environment that, as Isabel said, it just became commonplace to see these things happening. My dad striking, forcefully, acting out on my mom, and she said, I soon developed an attitude of feeling a need to protect my mom. I soon just responded with a attitude of response trying to protect my mom. That's how bad it got. So she said on the day that this happened, she was kind of in shock, went to school and just kind of tried to put it out of her mind. And that's what happened. And yet the state, despite all this, wants to criticize that girl who's a victim in this case. Shame on them. This little girl is a victim of a house with continual domestic violence, and the state says, well, why didn't she get counseling? Why didn't she get counseling more? The state chose to ignore this girl. She was brought to their attention, as well as Mr. Ballou. Mr. Ballou had prior tensions with Mr. Shaver. That's why his name was mentioned. Mr. Townsend's name was given to the state. The state took no aggressive action to look into this case. I asked Tamara Dale, state talk to you about this? Did you make any efforts to go see her? Not ask Kelly Johnson, hey, if she wants to come by, why don't you just bring her over? I mean, is that investigation? That's not investigation. That's just saying, bring us some evidence. We'll maybe look at it. State was aware of the domestic violence in the house. They had evidence. They had prosecuted Mr. Shaver for a battery. They knew about it. Wilma Nichols gets up there on the stand and says, yeah, well, Michael's story at an earlier date and time was that his wife attacked him. I said, are you talking about the same incident where he was prosecuted and the state went after him? Well, yeah. Yeah, that had a lot of merit, didn't it? There was nothing contrived by Laurie Shaver and this minor child. Now listen to me. The judge is going to tell you, you had the privilege of believing all, some, or none of the witnesses' testimony. So if you find that there was misrepresentations by Laurie Shaver here or there or one way or another, okay, you can disregard those. You can say, I don't believe that truth. But again, whereas the state led you to believe that Laurie Shaver killed Michael Shaver, they haven't. There's no evidence in that regard. We know there was times when Michael was not residing at the residence. That wasn't contradicted. His former girlfriend gets on the stand and says, yeah, he was living at the hangar here and there. Laurie said, I let him in the house. There were injunctions. He was coming and going. Did the state offer evidence that there was not an injunction or he was not restrained from the house, not permitted into the house on a date specific when any homicide occurred? No. No. Now, let's shift over to, for a moment, to the digital data. That was interesting to me. Kind of interesting, okay? You got some guy at the sheriff's office, corporal, he had to advise me, that does some tech work out of there. We never heard his qualifications, any experience really he had. Okay, I heard a lot of arguments from him. But we heard Connor take the bench, a man that had been involved in I don't know how many trials, federal trials, trials everywhere. And he had testified in court with his special skills. And he spoke to us real clear and simple. And he said, now think about, he said this, the IP records from Facebook, CenturyLink, etc., at a point in time they expire and don't tell you the physical address it's coming from. They may have IP logs, records, you see, but you don't know where it's coming from. It could be Starbucks, it could be overseas, it could be here or there. So the state, trying to throw some mud on the wall, says, look at these IP logs, look at this, look at this. But you know what? It doesn't tell you where it's coming from, any device, or any user. You see? That's a significant fact. So the state says, well, somebody sent this, and somebody sent this, and this went here, and that went there. That would create a lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence as well. And it certainly would not create stability in the way in which you think about it. If Jeremy Townsend is sending some of these, he could be at Starbucks, he could be at his house, he could be anywhere. He could be in a driveway, and he certainly had a motive that can't be excluded. Now, this child wants to be the state disparages this child because she doesn't know it's state specific. She said sometime in the spring. She didn't say summertime. Mr. Camuccio went on and he said, now today, well, she said the spring and the summer, and that's not true. Mr. Camuccio.
Can we just pause it right here? Just 1 second, really briefly. He just said that Jeremy had a motive for making these posts to Michael Shaver's Facebook account. These posts occurred between November of 2015 and April of 2016. That's a whole lot of Facebook posts between November and April. If Michael wasn't killed, until May of 2016, what motive would Jeremy have to make all these posts to Michael's Facebook account between November of 2015 and April of 2016? What motive would he have to send all those messages to his own wife outing his relationship? What is the motive here? He's kind of arguing that the motive for Jeremy was to cover up his murder. But if the murder didn't take place till May, why did he make all these Facebook posts before May?
Lucio's not presenting evidence here today, but some of his statements were not accurate as to the content of the witnesses themselves. You'll have to rely on your memory, the notes you've taken here. Now, there's a discrepancy exactly, precisely, in what Laurie said and what Isabel said. Isabel, I believe, says, and you have to rely on your memory, she made some statement to the extent Jay threatened to kill us or something of that nature. Laurie said he implied it or something to the children. There was a little discrepancy, but they got the message loud and clear, okay? Don't tell anybody or you guys are going to get in trouble and you're going to be harmed. So, one, she doesn't have a duty to report anything, and somebody's threatened her. She's been the victim, we know, of repeated violence. It kind of makes sense this woman doesn't want to come forward with that kind of threat against her. It kind of makes sense that Isabel is not going to school and wanting to tell everybody all about it as well. Now, let's talk about a little bit about this shooting. The state's made issue of this, and I want to bring something to your attention, and I hope you picked up on it in trial. We heard from Dr. Shaw, the medical examiner, and we heard several things I did, and it was brought out through his testimony. One, he said there was a gunshot here to the rear of his skull, and we know that, okay? And I elicited testimony from him when I said there was no soft tissue on this body, correct? Yes. And I said, could it be that somebody shot through some soft tissue and that may account for the presence of the shrapnel? He says, yeah. And so you may have a bullet that goes in, exits the eye, and there's some shrapnel in that skull. I asked him, did anybody do any meteorological testing on the fragment together with the shell to see if they were linked together? No? Now, who's in charge in directing them to do these things? The state. Does that create a lack of evidence? Correct. Does it create a conflict in the evidence? Yes. Does it create stability in your mind? It shouldn't. Okay. Whose obligation is that and the burden rests with to come in here and prove these facts? The state and only the state. Now, one thing further I brought out through Dr. Shaw, and I know you all probably heard it. I don't know if you picked up on the significance of it at that time. But I asked him about injuries and the nature of the injuries that existed on this body. And I said, were there post-mortem injuries to the body? And he said, yes, there were. And he noted several ribs. And he said those were post-mortem injuries. And I said, when we talk about post-mortem injuries, how do you identify them? And he described about buccal fractures in the ribs and the way to identify it. And he said, this is where the body is broken after the death, and there's a discoloration in the ribs here and there. And I said, could that be accounted for? And he said, that can be accounted for by moving the body. I said, correct. So Jeremy Townsend, logically, tells Laurie Shaver I'll take care of this. She understands they got property elsewhere, logically. That body disappears at that time. Now, when did the body logically and arguably show up? When, after that shooting, when Laurie said, "It's over. It's over." Okay? She even took the stand, and I thought this was kind of sad listening to this. And after all the violence she incurred, she started crying and saying, "I still loved Michael." So we know any relationship between these two was logically over. Now, maybe, and I don't know, we talk about flowers being sent, cards being sent. Was that sent by Laurie maybe to make sure Jeremy's not coming back? Maybe to get him in trouble with his wife? Possibly. You may interpret it that way. Now, we also heard from Mr. Cios, remember? And the state called him. It was their witness. And he said, I asked him this, didn't you call Laurie, advise her somebody was trespassing on your property? Yeah, she was gone, and I saw somebody trespassing. Who had any motive to come back to that property, deliver something back to that property, if it had been removed? Jeremy. You see, that fits together a little tighter. Now, talking about that gravesite, did the police think about the depth of the site, the height of Mr. Townsend versus Laurie Shaver? No. Never even analyzed that mentally. It's not that difficult to think about that. Okay? Also, there's a blue tarp in the grave. Right? We heard all about that. And I said this, and I don't know why this wasn't done. We had told the state about Jeremy Townsend. I said, did anybody do a financial audit of anybody's accounts to see who may have purchased a blue tarp? No. They should have. I'm telling you, if they had one on my client, they'd be in here waving it up in the air. It's her tarp. Lack of evidence, conflict in the evidence. I asked the officer as well. I said, did you guys, I said, you didn't find any prints on that tarp, did you? Now, I like the way the state tries to cover some of these lack of evidence up. Okay, I really kind of got entertained by it at a point. They'd say this, well, you weren't surprised, officer, that given the evidence was degraded that you couldn't find that, could you? No. And I'd say this, hey, what do you mean degraded? The evidence may have never been there in the first place. It could have been degraded when it went into the ground, and evidence was put on it prior. How do you know the condition of the item before it went in the ground? But they had to acknowledge that, yeah? So the state would repeatedly, to try to cover up the lack of evidence, well, you're not surprised at this. It was all degraded. You wouldn't expect it to be there, would you? No, no, no. So that's how they try to defend themselves against the lack of evidence. We saw that repeatedly in this trial. Now, we heard with regards to the tarp, the state never investigated it. One, party with the burden of proof. Two, we heard Laurie and Isabel both take the stand. We didn't have one. We didn't have one. Now, that logically goes with the theory that that body had been off the ground, off that site, because it comes back to the property and it ends up in the gravesite. Can we assume that Mr. Townsend put that in there with the straps, wrapped it up, took it off-site, damaged the body, brings it back and puts it in the grave? That's a logical conclusion. I asked the investigator, I asked the tech people, listen, were there any telltale signs on that tarp that tarp had been dragged across the yard? Huh? What do you mean? I said, did you ask for any kind of chlorophyll testing underneath it to see if it had been dragged by somebody? No. You see? Do you know if Laurie took it out there? I don't know. Do you know the distance from the house? No, we don't. Somebody else can tell you that. So what does the state do? They offer some evidence showing she's working out, and you're just to jump to this conspiracy theory and say she could have dragged it out there? She could have done this? She might have done this? For you to fill in the gaps that the state failed to investigate? And that's what we see in this evidence thrown in your face without a real connection? You look at the forensics. I brought out, state didn't do it, the defense brought it out. There's no DNA in the house, no evidence of how the crime occurred in the house, no prints, no hair analysis, yet there were hairs. Okay? No match of any flooring that was found in the gravesite to implicate Laurie Shaver. Those all create a reasonable doubt. The state can't ignore it. Instead, they just want to say she lied about this or she lied about that and she's sleeping around. That's their case. That's the state's case. Now think about the gun we heard about. We have a gun in evidence. Again, kind of a comical display to me. You get this lady up there, and she goes through this litany as to her experience and everything. And she talks about, well, it has the signs of other guns, meaning this manufacturer that make Colt or Smith & Wesson that may manufacture a .38. They got a machine. It's going to have ridges in it. They all have that common characteristic. Millions of them. Okay? But she can't identify any specific features of the gun. She can't narrow it down from millions to say it's this gun. Wow. Wow. So the state says it can't be excluded? No, it can't be excluded. Right. That's reliable evidence for you to hang your head on and to fill out a verdict for the state? No. The state's position is, well, we don't have to prove this case by 100%. No, they don't. Okay. That's not the requirement. We know what the requirement is. When Jeremy Townsend, the state was informed of Jeremy Townsend, why, ask yourself, didn't they look into his financial records? Lack of evidence. 2, why didn't they look into his Facebook aside from his banking? Do you remember what the testimony was on that by Tamara Dale? Here's what she said. Well, those records were too old. What do you mean they're too old? You're going to stand in here and tout that Laurie Shavers are reliable at the same period of time and not look into Jeremy Townsend, who you've been advised shot the guy? And not even look? Not even look anywhere into his matters? No. She was closer to the body. Okay. Now, let's talk about the patio. State thinks that's a big deal. I don't. Why? Because they cleaned it out to make a pond. We all know that. Okay. They get tired of building this pond, and it sits for a while. Concrete is bought. Now let's think about that. Nobody goes and tries to conceal themselves when they're buying any concrete. They don't go paying cash. They don't go in there with a hat on or anything like that trying to disguise themselves. It's open and clear. They're not trying to conceal themselves. They go rent a mixer, not trying to conceal themselves, not trying to make it private, or a hidden event. They even post it on Facebook. Like this is a big secret? No. No. Who would do that if they're trying to hide a fact against the public and knowledge? You wouldn't do it that way. That's just common sense. Okay? You take the evidence and then you rely on your common sense or the lack of evidence thereof. That's the point. Who would write their name in concrete on top of a grave of somebody that they allegedly murdered? Not any person in the face of this earth would do such a thing. You got to admit that. So you see, there's another reasonable doubt the state can't account for. We had Holcomb, officer, take the stand and said, oh, it was right in the middle. Okay? Like it was obviously trying to be concealed. It wasn't. When I pressed her, on the video, she said, well, it wasn't on the middle, actually. Then the next officer said, well, it was a darkened spot. And you look on the photos, well, there's about 3 or 4 darkened spots all over the place. Okay? Doesn't mean, we know there's a body on there. There is clear evidence of guilt or anything like that. I want you to think about all those things that create a reasonable doubt. There's multiple, and the state can't excuse that. They cannot excuse those factors. There's a question, who killed, actually, Mr. Shaver? We know there's shrapnel. We know there's one fragment, but the shrapnel could have been a second shell. We know that from Shaw himself. Has the state eliminated self-defense? No. No, they haven't. Who has that burden exclusively and only? The state. We know this is a violent man who most likely didn't have a right to even be in the house. Is there evidence that the body was moved? Yes, there is. Has the state refuted that? No. Why no forensic audits? None. Now again, the state is looking for a verdict on something. Give me something. Give me something. So they got lessers, a primary, and an accessory. You have to understand, Laurie Shaver is not guilty. She's not guilty. Don't be pulled into an emotional game trying to compromise, thinking you're doing justice one way or another. You have to understand that. Laurie Shaver is not guilty of any crime. She has not committed a crime. The state has not refuted it through an investigation and presentation of evidence in this case. Again, I'll remind you with regard to the crime of accessory, it must first be established that a crime was committed. If there was a right to self-defense, no crime has been committed. You see? And there is anything that Laurie Shaver did was lawful. The state can't link up any transaction unjustified or evidence of a cover-up if there is no crime that is committed. Likewise, the crime of accessory must establish a firm timeline as to when the crime occurred. You're not at liberty to say, well, the state says this and Laurie says this. Let's just pick a number. Could have happened between this date. The court will instruct you that that accessory requires the completion of one event before the start of an accessory offense. Okay? Has the state firmly established that? No. What they do is they say, well, there is, he didn't show up at work, so you gotta assume that she murdered him. And then let's take the next step and say all this stuff was to aid or assist in concealing an offense versus living expenses and money that she had a right to touch and use. An accessory, when you see accessory, normally what you would see is somebody buying somebody a flight ticket to leave town, putting them in private housing, doing things to conceal them in that manner. Not living like this. It kind of reminds me, this case, when I listen to it. It's all speculative, what you call circumstantial evidence. I'm sitting here listening, sitting at my table, between approaching the bench, I guess, and listening to this, and I'm going, it's like playing a game of Jinko. Sooner or later, this thing's got to topple. You can't just keep putting little boards on top of each other without a firm foundation, you see? It's not going to stick. So the state just piles up some evidence and says, there you go. Come back here, reach us a verdict, okay? Give us what we want. Now again, I remind you, and I'll sit down, leave it to you. The people that may have been misrepresented, the people that any lies or misstatements were given to, really are not relevant in this case. Laurie's not on trial for lying. She's on trial for murder. Any misstatement must have been to make and conceal a crime which never has occurred, you see. If she lied about Michael, where he was or what happened or where his tools were or where he'd been, is not really relevant in this matter. So don't be distracted in that regard. Going back to the digital data, I'll leave on this. Remember, I asked these witnesses, did you find anything in the digital data that announced or indicated somebody had shot anybody? No. Did you see any evidence in the digital data of any effort to conceal a crime? No. Could you tell me where this was coming from physically? No. Could you tell me who was using the device? No. So what did we have? I found it, I don't want to say it, but we get memes thrown in front of us and some emails from this place to that place, and you're supposed to say, let me hang my hat on this meme. Sometimes you got to burn a bridge and move on. That means Laurie Shaver killed somebody? And that's what the state is asking you to hang your hat on and just pile up a bunch of memes like a Jinko game? No. That's not how you prove a criminal case. with suspicion, bare innuendos, without physical evidence of guilt. Now you have, likewise, and I mentioned it to these people on cross, I said, you got a certificate over there, a business record certificate from Facebook, right?
I'm going to object. May I approach?
Sidebar, please.
Business record certificates from Facebook. Really interesting. I brought it out on cross-examination. I mean, kind of floored by it. But here's what they say. In essence, read them yourselves. Well, we once had this data. We gave it to you earlier. We're sure we gave you something that was accurate, but we don't have the information anymore. So we got to just assume it was accurate. Okay? That's what the state's going to hang their hat on and say this digital data is even reliable for your consideration? That's not even digital data. And we know what Connor said. You can't even link it up from this place to this place because IP addresses have expired the physical location, and the state's hanging their hat on it to throw all this out there. It's unbelievable. Further, the state doesn't even have a computer. There's no computer in this case. Not a computer for them to try to connect it to. I want you to think about these factors. This is where, ladies and gentlemen, my power ends. This is where yours begins under our Constitution. I can only ask, I can only beg you to do your duty. Don't compromise your duty. I've listed to you multiple reasonable doubts in this case. They should never be compromised by any single one of you. I asked each and every one of you as well to please hold your verdict, and if it disagrees with other ones on this verdict, on this full jury, that you please hold your ground. I've shown you everything, every way the state has failed in this cause. Don't be misled, I ask you. The state will have the last word in this case. They always do. Wasn't like that always when I practiced law, but it is now. But as Mr. Camuccio speaks, I ask you to listen. Give him the due concern that you've given me. But I ask you to ask yourself, as he speaks, what would Mr. Wiggs point to refute that? Have you answered Mr. Wiggs's questions? What about this question? What about the grave? What about the lack of evidence? What about the gun? Let's hear an answer to all these things. He can't give you an answer. So I ask that when you go back there, I know the answer, which should be given by you, but I can't do it. But I ask you to do the right thing and come back on all counts, all issues, and do justice, not seek a verdict for the state. Seek justice, as I've asked, and return a verdict on all counts of not guilty. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggs. At this time, I'd like to give the jurors a comfort break. We've been in proceedings for nearly 2.5 hours, so let's take a
All right, you guys. So while they're on their comfort break, I'm going to keep this playing, but I've got some things to point out. Okay, so Gordon. Nobody's mad at you, Gordon. Gordon says, don't get mad at me, folks, but I think his closing is better than his questioning. A low bar for sure, but he's explaining why he asked certain questions. and using the answers he got. Government failures can equal reasonable doubt to certain jurors. Gordon, I totally agree. Look, the government got up at the beginning of this trial and they did their level best to present every single piece of evidence that they had to demonstrate that Laurie Shaver killed Michael Shaver in November of 2015. At the end of them giving that all of that evidence showing that the body that was found in Laurie Shaver's backyard in 2018 had been placed there due to a murder that occurred on the property in 2015, in November of 2015. And there was absolutely no direct evidence that they could point to pin anything on Laurie Shaver. What they gave us was what looked like a cover-up that began in November of 2015. In November of 2015, when Michael disappeared off the face of the earth. And Laurie Shaver can obviously be seen, based on all of the evidence that they presented, pretending to be Michael, telling people that Michael was still alive, even fabricating that Michael was stalking her. And all of that began in November of 2015. Yet and still, based on what the prosecution was able to present, I, for one, was left with reasonable doubt. I'm not saying I didn't think there was a big part of me thought Laurie did it. Even at the end of the prosecution's case in chief, a big part of me thought she did it, but there was enough doubt to be reasonable. There was reasonable doubt there. Then the defense got up. And what did the defense do? They put up Isabel. Isabel tells us that at 7 years old, well, maybe 6 years old, or maybe 8 years old, because she doesn't really remember, she had been developing this need to protect her mother from her father, who she says had not been to the home since 2014. So this 7-year-old in May of 2016 says that when she was not 1 year ago, but a year and a half ago was the last time her dad was in the house. So she was what? 6.5 tops? Or 6 at the time of the alleged date of death in May of 2016. She was what, 7.5? So she was 6 the last time her dad was in the house, according to her. And during that time, right, when he was in and out of the house, by 6 years old, she had developed this need to protect her mother. 6 years old. 6. And then one day, out of the blue, after he hasn't been in the house for a year and a half, he shows up one morning and puts his foot on her mother's head and inflicts so much violence upon her and attempts to kill her. And that is what forced this 7-year-old to get a gun and shoot her dad in the back of the head. Now, other than Laurie, every witness that we've seen who's talked about dad's relation, other than Laurie and Isabel, every witness we've seen who talked about his relationship with his children has said what a great dad he was. But according to Laurie and Isabel, he wasn't a great dad. And we are being led to believe that this 7-year-old killed her dad to protect her mom in May of 2016. Laurie then takes the stand. She tells us that in November of 2015, she had let her husband back into the house. Remember, she said she kicked him out in November of 2015, and that's when he left and went to who knows where. She kicked him out because he was there. He was living there. But Isabel doesn't remember the fact that he was living there in November of 2015 and however long he had been living there before that, because the last time she saw him was at that hearing that they had back in 2014. So Laurie goes on to tell us that she had been having this relationship with this other guy, and that this other guy miraculously appeared, corroborating Isabel's story in May of 2016, and kills the guy after her daughter shot him. But when her daughter shot him, her daughter said he started seizing after I shot him. Right? And she said the pressure got off her mom because she began moving away. She didn't get up, but she began moving away. So she must have hit a nerve for him to begin seizing, right? A flesh wound that doesn't hit a nerve ain't gonna do it. Which means we have a spinal injury or a brain injury, so the bullet would have hit bone. But it didn't hit bone unless it was the one that killed him. But they said Jeremy killed him. But if Jeremy killed him, that means it was the one that was in his head at the time of death. Now, he's talking a lot about this shrapnel. And remember, he said, I asked the gun expert, could that shrapnel have come from another bullet that exited his eye? In order for it to exit his eye, it would have had to come into his skull. But there was only one entry wound for the skull. So that theory makes no sense. The shrapnel had to be from the single bullet that they found inside. It had to be. So, Gordon, I'm still trying to get to why this is not a reasonable doubt. There's no longer a reasonable doubt. So he talks about the Facebook post, and he says Jeremy had motive to make Michael's Facebook post, these alleged Facebook posts from Michael. Well, the only way Jeremy has the motive to make the Facebook posts to Michael's Facebook account is if Michael was dead in November and Jeremy killed him. Because the Facebook post started in November or sometime after November, maybe January, but well before April or May, well before then, right? There's no motive for Jeremy to make these Facebook posts before May if he killed him in May. So essentially, the defense attorney can't get up there and borrow from the prosecution's date of death at one point and borrow from the defendant's date of death at another point and kind of mix them together and be loosey-goosey with this timeline and say, well, without saying under the defense's theory, this set of facts don't make sense. And under the prosecution's theory, there's some reasonable doubt over here. He's just throwing everything in there and kind of, these facts don't make sense. Well, no, because your client's date of death doesn't make any sense. But under the prosecution's date of death, all of the evidence makes sense. And so here's the underlying question at that point. If the date of death of May of 2016 doesn't make any sense, then why on earth have Isabel and Laurie come in and said that he died in May of 2016? It doesn't fit with any of the evidence. It doesn't fit at all. Not at all. So if we don't believe that Michael Shaver died in May of 2016, then Laurie and Isabel are both giving false accounts. Isabel may be brainwashed to believe it. So I don't want to say she's lying. But Laurie is definitely lying about the date of death. And if Jeremy is the one who committed the act, why would she lie about the date of death? Why wouldn't she say it happened in November? Because that would fit with all of the evidence. So at the end of the prosecution's case, had the defense said, we're not calling any witnesses, I'm not going to do anything at all, and then got up and given his closing statement, reasonable doubt. But once Laurie and Isabel take the stand and give us a whole different account of the events, well, at that point, they are hiding something. And I have to believe that Isabel has been coached for the last 9 years of her life, or at least the last 4. Because remember, she gave multiple accounts stating that she had no idea what happened to her dad. It wasn't until after Laurie was going to be going away for quite some time that her story changed. Now, all of this time, Laurie, since her husband died, has been going bad on her husband, telling everybody what an atrocious man he was. Surely, she's been telling her kids the same thing. So now she's got a daughter who, since she was 6.5 years old, if you believe the prosecution's date of death, since she was 6.5 years old, has not had any contact with the father that her mother has been degrading for 9 years. And then possibly her mother comes to her and says, here's the story that we need. Are you on board with it? That's a whole lot more plausible in my mind than believing this notion that Michael falls off the face of the earth in November, but isn't dead until May. I cannot believe that we have this 140-pound to 160-pound man who is dead weight, completely dead weight, right? And the defense attorney wants us to believe in his closing statement. Look, why didn't they do some evidence checks on this tarp to see if there were drag marks? So let's just go with that. Let's say there were absolutely no drag marks. His theory would be, well, if there's no drag marks on the tarp, then obviously Laurie couldn't have dragged it and put it into the ground. So they should have looked for drag marks. And if they looked for drag marks, well, then that might kind of demonstrate that it was Laurie. Well, let's go with that. So if there were no drag marks, Laurie obviously couldn't have lifted this 100 to 40 to 160 pounds of dead weight up and put it into this hole. But he wants us to believe that a wounded veteran lifted up a 140 to 160 pound bag of dead weight, put it into his vehicle, drove it away, came back at some other date, put it into the ground, dug a hole, put it in the ground, and nobody saw anything. And Laurie never noticed that the earth was moved in her backyard. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Even if Jay did it, he would have had to drag the body too. Have you ever tried to pick up 140 pounds of dead weight? It ain't easy. It ain't easy. And you can't just hold it up there like that. So all of these notions of holes in the prosecution's theory, other than the fact that there is no direct evidence, the holes aren't holes. They're not holes at all. The direct evidence is a hole. But Laurie and Isabel filled in that hole with a cockamamie story about this man dying in May of 2016. That's my take on it. But we may be back. So let's see.
Oh, you may be seated. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
She's just gonna switch out and follow along.
Wait for Mr. Wiggs and his client to return. Thank you.
Looks like my talking got us behind by about 7 minutes. Sorry, I had something to say.
I see that all of the
Here we go.
members of the jury have returned. State, you may proceed.
May I please the court?
Yes, sir.
Counsel. Yes, sir.
Mr. Wiggs asked who would write their name in concrete over the grave of their dead husband. A woman who killed her husband with ill will, evil intent, hatred, and spite, and then over a period of years covered that up with lies and manipulation against all the people that knew him. That is who writes their initials on top of that grave. And that is what happened in this case. Mr. Wiggs brought up numerous things. I'll try to address as many as possible, as quickly as possible. But some of the things he said, I ask that you go back and think about what's your memory of the evidence and the testimony and realize that that's just not the way it happened. One of the things he brought up was talking about how the state didn't bring you any things about how there was no DNA evidence in this case. I did. Edgar Perez from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement testified about the DNA analysis in this case. Who called him? Mr. Wiggs? Or the state? We presented that to you. We presented you the fact that what the DNA evidence was, and the fact that it's not that it was someone else's DNA and we can't match it up. There's just not enough genetic material in anything that was in that gravesite to compare it to anyone. But that came from the state. And Mr. Wiggs got up here and talked to you and said that he was the one that brought that out. And that's not true. It just goes back to the can't trust the little things, how can you trust the big things? He talks about what he refers to as shrapnel in the skull and how that's evidence of potential 2 bullets. That's what Dr. Shaw told you. That's not what Dr. Shaw or Dr. Coverley told you. They said that shrapnel is not evidence of a second bullet, but when there is gunshots like that, typically there will be small metal fragments from the bullet. There's only one entry wound. There's no exit wounds, and there is one projectile. There's no second bullet. There's no second shot. Talks about how the state has presented no evidence to refute self-defense. The state has presented undeniable evidence that Michael Shaver has been dead since November of 2015. And if he is dead in 2015, he can't possibly be on the Shaver porch sometime in May in 2016 and have the events that were relayed to you happen. That's how we've proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this wasn't self-defense, because we've proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt.
That statement right there is the end. It should be over right now. Let's all pack up and go home.
That he has been dead since November of 2015. And if he's been dead since November of 2015, Jeremy Townsend had nothing to do with it. Because that relationship had just started at that point, continued up until April of 2016 when the affair was exposed, and then it was over. Laurie Shaver can tell you what day she kicked her husband out of the home in November of 2015, but cannot tell you the day he died. Think about that. Isabel can't even tell you what month or what year, but Joy says she's a kid, that's not a big deal. Laurie Shaver cannot tell you the day her husband was killed on her front porch. That is complete.
She can't tell you the day, because then either Jeremy or his wife would be able to come in and give contrary evidence saying, no, Jeremy was here on that date.
Completely unreasonable. And the only reason for that is because she's afraid I'm going to find something in some of these records to completely refute it. So if she tries to keep it vague, that's harder to do. But Michael Shaver has been dead since November, and if he's dead in November, the way Isabel and Laurie described these events to you could not have happened, and therefore it's not self-defense or defense of others. Once again, talking about Isabel and her inability to even remotely tell you when this happened, Mr. Wiggs says that I just completely made up this summer time frame. I asked you to go back, think about her testimony, look at your notes. When I went through and I asked her, can you tell me what grade you were in? No. Can you tell me what year it was? No. Can you tell me if it was around a holiday? No. The best she could do is say that we went to the beach, so it was sometime between spring and summer. And then I asked her, what spring is to you and what summer is to you might be different to me. So what is spring to you? And she said April. I said, what is summer? End of summer. And she said that would be before school, August. That was her testimony. But to rely on your own memory of those issues. Briefly talking about accessory after the fact. And the reason why I say briefly is because the state has presented to you evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that she is in fact the murderer in this case, because her husband was killed in November of 2015. The evidence, the story, with all of its holes that the defense has been presented to you, if you were to believe that and ignore all the evidence and just ignore the facts that Mike was completely disappeared off the face of the earth for 6 months without a car, without a job, without a bank, without a phone, without any contact from friends, family, co-workers for 6 months and showed up without a vehicle, dressed in shorts and socks, and this event happened in May. The events as described to you by the defense show that she's guilty of accessory after the fact. Even if the initial shot by Isabel was in defense of others, according to them, when Jeremy Townsend comes up and shoots again, coup de grace, puts him out, kills him for sure. That's not self-defense or defense of others anymore, folks. That's murder. And when Laurie lies, manipulates, and covers up the fact that her husband has been dead for years, that's maintaining, assisting, and another person to conceal evidence of this crime. The defense's story is that she's guilty of accessory after the fact. The evidence in this case is that she's guilty of second-degree murder. And as I told you, the law says you can't be an accessory to your own crime. One of the things that I think is very important, one of the details that also undermines their whole disappearing body story, is Laurie's actions when law enforcement comes and excavates the gravesite. First and foremost, their story is somehow in that short drive back and forth to Pine Ridge School, Jeremy somehow got the body out, cleaned it up. They speculate maybe he drove a couple hours to Crystal River to hide the body up at his parents' house for a while, only to return at some other point to bury the body unbeknownst to Laurie Shaver in the backyard. She never notices any, oh my gosh, why is there upturned dirt here? And then returns the body, buries it without her knowledge, and of the entire 5-acre plot, she just so happens to choose that to put a cement slab down. That's completely unreasonable. But she needs to say that in order to convince you that she didn't know the body was there. But you have evidence that absolutely refutes that. Because Jessica Wade testified that they were doing this search and this excavation. And Laurie sat in her truck and was sitting there the whole day, the whole time, watching. When did she leave? When law enforcement started to pull up that concrete over the body of her dead husband that she murdered. Law enforcement, when they were done the process, when they were done search took a couple of days. Detective Strickland called her. Said, Laurie Shaver, we are done all our work. You are allowed to come back to your property. Would you like to know what we took from the property? And she said yes. And he went through and proceeded to tell her everything that they took. We took some swabs, we found some projectiles, we took some other items from inside the house. We took skeletal remains from your backyard. And this woman who is sitting here trying to convince you she had absolutely no idea that her dead husband was buried under the cement slab that she poured or helped pour, had no reaction whatsoever. That's why we played that call. That's why we had that for you to listen to. So you could see just how she reacted when told there was a dead body in her backyard. Nothing. Because she knew it was there. She absolutely knew that. The defense has talked about how law enforcement, how their investigation, and they didn't look into self-defense. They didn't look into this story. And despite the fact that Kelly Johnson sat up there and told you, yes, the state was asking me repeatedly if I was going to produce my client, yet I did not do so until they issued a subpoena to her for deposition, thereby giving her immunity, I wasn't going to allow her to talk to them. But he wants to put the blame for not looking into her on me? When the witness he called said I was the one preventing it because I was doing my job as an attorney, and he sits up here and tells you that's me not looking into it? That's just not true. And it's not true based on the evidence he presented. He also talks about, in this, has the state eliminated self-defense? And it always is going to come back to the evidence shows you that Mike Shaver was dead since November of 2015, and that is overall how the state has proven to you it's not self-defense, defense of others, because that story in May can't happen if he's dead in November. But also think about whether or not their story is even reasonable in this situation. The scenario as outlined by Isabel and Laurie happens. What reasonable person is not calling 911 to let them know? I'm not saying do it in front of Jeremy under this scenario that they've outlined, but go some other place, call 911, explain what happens. The idea that Jeremy comes in, sees Mike Shaver shot, and then in that scenario decides he's going to shoot him again and move this body to different parts of the state and come back, that makes no sense whatsoever, and there's no evidence of it at all. He points to the neighbor, Robert Seha, saying, well, I saw a trespasser one night. Well, fine. Did that person have anything? Were they doing anything? I didn't really see. Do you really even know if they were a trespasser? Not really. But most importantly, he says that happened in 2018. The cement slab is poured in 2016. The body is already there under. That trespasser has nothing to do with this. The timeline doesn't work. Also, Rebecca was living at the house at the time frame this happened. She says, I moved in there in May. While I was there, Jeremy came over to visit. When? at lunchtime when Laurie was on her break, exactly the way Jeremy described when he would come. Not 3 to 4 overnight visits, which would obviously put his wife on notice that something was going on, which makes absolutely no sense. But Rebecca said that she had moved in. Jeremy would come over during lunch, as Jeremy said that, but Rebecca was living there during this time frame. This didn't happen the way Laurie and Isabel said. In talking about the 2014 incident, Mr. Wiggs talks about how he went after Wilma Nicholas, and he pointed out that, well, the state prosecuted her or him, and you only got one side of the story. But that completely ignores the fact that Katina Vasquez, Laurie's friend, came in and said, you know what? Laurie told me she fabricated that. That's not the way it happened. She was the aggressor. She threw that flower vase and broke the slide glass door. She hit her husband over the head. And when Mike was saying that he was trying to basically grab her, to control her, to stop her from doing these things, that was true. That's her friend saying that. The timeline. Once again, go back to those phone records that establish that Mike Shaver's phone, the phone number that he originally had, changed 2 times, ultimately ending with a phone number that Laurie Shaver admits is hers, puts in a court filing is hers, showing you that she had that device the whole time. They want to insinuate maybe Jeremy Townsend said some of these messages from Facebook. Well, we know he's not sending the 500 pages to his wife to expose the affair. That's not him. Who had motive to do that? Her. We know he's not sending this message in September 20th, 2016, months after the relationship between him and Laurie is over and he's back with his wife, saying, hi Vanessa, how are you? Moving on looks good on you. Hope you and your son are doing well. After we know Michael Shaver is underneath the cement slab, we know Jeremy Townsend has no reason to send his wife that message. All of this connects back to Laurie. And all of it connects back to her in her attempts to cover up the crime that she committed, the murder. Mr. Wiggs, as he was going through, kind of picked and chose some things here about the heat of passion defense, and just kind of threw out some buzzwords like digital data he's been doing all week. But when he's picking and choosing through the excusable homicide heat of passion, you can't just pick some choice phrases out. You have to read it as a whole. And as you see, none of this, even under the May 2016 story that has no factual support whatsoever, would apply to this situation. The defense under the May 2016 version of events, which is completely refuted by the evidence, would be defense of others. That's Mr. Wiggs talks about how there's been no investigation into whether or not there was drag marks or chlorophyll testing. That's fake CSI TV stuff, folks. There's been no testimony whether or not that test even exists. Quite frankly, I've never even heard of that. He talks about Richard Connor and the long credentials of Mr. Connor. And Corporal Strickland he's just a corporal. He's just law enforcement. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. What did Corporal Strickland and Richard Connor say that conflicted each other? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They both told you an IP address is something that is given to you by an internet service provider, and it's assigned a location. It's basically like a physical address. That is what people will use in order to hook up their devices to the internet. They both said that. Richard Connor acknowledges that the Facebook records and the IP logs within them are the types of things that he, as an expert, relies on all the time. Richard Connor told you that those Facebook records that Mr. Wiggs wants to say are unreliable were reliable. He says that the fact that two different accounts are accessing the same IP address and close in time is consistent with them being in the same location. Knowing what that physical address is would be nice, but it is not at all necessary when you look at 2 years worth of IP addresses showing multiple times these two devices are accessing the same IP address. Where she was using both of these devices doesn't matter. The fact she was utilizing the same IP address shows that it's someone in the close proximity and the same person. That's what Richard Connor said, and that's what Corporal Strickland said. I've got a few more messages to demonstrate how this had nothing to do with Jeremy, and quite frankly, nothing to do with Michael Shaver, who's been dead since November. Mike Shaver has absolutely no reason for Vanessa and Jeremy to get a divorce. Laurie Shaver, posing as Michael Shaver, on April 18th says, "I'm sorry, Vanessa, you must be running scared. I heard J.J. Gall is a good divorce attorney." Who stands to benefit? She does. Mike Shaver, who's been dead now for about 5 months, stands nothing to gain from the divorce between Vanessa and Jeremy. Laurie does. We've already discussed the September 20th, after the slab has been poured. Makes no sense for Jeremy to have sent that message, but that is the "Hi Vanessa, how are you? Moving on, looks good on you." This last message, I ask you, is this a message sent by a man trying to inform another woman that his husband is cheating on him? Or is this the message of a woman trying to drive a wedge and get a divorce so she can get the man she wants? This is April 20th, 2016. "Hello, Vanessa. How are you doing? I know you asked for no more information." Right there. Vanessa said, I know there's this affair. You don't need to give me anything more. I got it. But I feel you should be aware of this. There are emails from October through November I have been reading. There is one from November 3rd where she asks him if he changed the sheets. He replied, no, that he had not. Loved being able to smell her and that he would inform you the spot was from him if you noticed. It appears she has been at the house and they have had sex in your bed. Thought you should know that. It also appears he invited her to stop by at your Halloween party, but she declined, not feeling comfortable with you being there. Pictures of that night were sent as well. There's a ton more information about how they met and what transpired. If you would like a copy of email logs, let me know. Vanessa tells him, I got it, I understand they're having this affair, you don't need to give me any more information. But Laurie says, you know I had sex with your husband in your bed, right? Who would do that? Mike Shaver? Jeremy Townsend? Chinese hacker, Laurie Shaver. Mr. Wiggs got up here and said, the state just wants you to be mad and check off guilty of second-degree murder because the state's proven to you that she had some affairs. And he said, specifically, why do we have to hear that evidence?
Number one, was the defendant in actual possession of a firearm? Yes or no? Number two, did the defendant discharge a firearm?
Sorry,
Yes or
people.
no?
It looks like the live has ended, so I'm going to have to switch over. I'm going to have to switch over to their posted video. Give me a second here, people.
Wants you to be mad.
There we go.
Check off guilty of second-degree murder because the state's proven to you that she had some affairs. And he said, specifically, why do we have to hear that evidence? We had to hear that evidence because these are the two individuals that he provided to law enforcement. When Laurie was first arrested, he said, you need to look into Jeremy Townsend and James Ballou. And how are they connected to Laurie Shaver in this case? They were having affairs with her. This all came to light because Mr. Wiggs told law enforcement, investigate these people. And they did. They did. Jeremy Townsend talked to law enforcement 3 separate times. Came in for his deposition. Came in, told you what was going on. And his testimony is consistent with the testimony of other people that he has no relationship with, that he has no connection to. Rebecca Urbanowski, who was friends with Laurie, states that Jeremy would come over during the day when she was on lunch break and wouldn't spend the night. That's what Jeremy said. Isabel and Laurie said he would spend the night 3 to 4 times a week. That's not consistent. Because it's not true. Oh, minor point, but this is just another example of how I think it's very important for you to rely on your own memory about testimony. Mr. Wiggs talked about Jessica Holcomb and how he says, she said this body was found in the middle of the fire pit. He was very insistent about that. He said, remember that video that was played. Please remember that video that was played. Because he confronted her on cross-examination. Didn't you say it was in the middle of the fire pit? No. Well, where was it then? And she sat there without missing a beat. That fire pit looks like, from top down, looks like the continent of Africa. And if you were to go into the bottom section of it and the point facing the house, and you were to go right under there, under where the depression was, that is where the body was found. That's what she said. Not what Mr. Wiggs said. The state has proven second-degree murder beyond all reasonable doubt because of all the evidence points that Michael Shaver, as Laurie said, is not a missing person. He's no longer walking the face of the earth. And he has been that way since before November 10th of 2015, when all indications of him and his life are gone. No bank activity, no phone activity, no contact with family, no contact with friends, no contact with work. Wasn't at the hangar where she said, wasn't in Georgia where she said. He's dead because she killed him. And then she made up this May 2016 story to distract. That's pure and simple what we have. If there is absolutely no evidence consistent with that May 2016 story, ask yourself why. And it's because she killed him in November. And because of that, she's guilty of second-degree murder with a firearm. I ask that you return the only verdict consistent with the law, the evidence, and justice, and that is guilty of second-degree murder with a firearm. She possessed that firearm. She discharged that firearm, and she caused great bodily harm or death. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to these additional instructions I'm about to give you. Rules for deliberation. These are some general rules that apply to your discussions. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law. In this case, all of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number 2, the case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number 4, remember the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Number 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not. In accord with the law, it is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Number 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Number 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Cautionary instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree on the same verdict. Only one verdict may be reached as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for convenience, the necessary verdict forms have been prepared for you. They are as follows. In the Circuit Court of the 5th Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida and in Fort Lake County, the State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, case number 2020 CF 2361-A-01, verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the charge. In parentheses, it indicates check only 1 as to this count. And there are A, B, and C. A, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder. In parentheses, it states, if you checked A, please answer the following questions. Number 1, was the defendant in actual possession of a firearm? Yes or no. Number 2, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no. Number 3, did the discharge cause great bodily harm? Yes or no. In Section B, it states the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. In parentheses, if you checked B, please answer the following question. Number 1, during the commission of the manslaughter, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes or no? And C, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this blank day of September 2024, and there's a signature line for the foreperson. Verdict form, count 2. In the Circuit Court of the 5th Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida, in Fort Lake County, the State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, case number 2020 CF 2361-A-01. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the charge. In parentheses, it states, check only 1 as to this count. There are options A, B, and C. A states the defendant is guilty of accessory after the fact to second-degree murder. B states the defendant is guilty of accessory after the fact to manslaughter. In parentheses, if you check B, please answer the following question. Number 1, during the commission of the manslaughter, did the person who committed the manslaughter personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes or no? And for option C, that states the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this blank day of September 2024, and again, there's a signature line for the foreperson. A separate crime is charged in each count of the information, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over the deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried out in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict forms when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict forms back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through telephone, writing, or electronic communication such as blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instructions I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. Certain exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any exhibit, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. All right, at this time, I will excuse the 2 alternate jurors, Ms. Davis and Ms. Hernandez-Urbina. You are the alternate jurors. You are excused from further service. Thank you for your time and attention. President, is there anything further before the jurors go back to deliberate?
No, sir.
All right, please bring the jurors back to deliberate. Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Wiggs, if you could review the final copy before it goes back to the jury to make sure it's to your satisfaction.
This is the latest one Mr. Buck's been done, I'm sure.
I'd like to leaf through it, so there's no...
Yeah.
It's a French warrant.
Right now. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All of us have. I think,
All right, so it looks like we are on verdict watch. No, Tread Wiggs did not get one last motion in. I'm sure he had about 12 of them ready to go, and once it's over, once the jury starts deliberating, there's nothing else to discuss. So we've got a poll going. 9 people have voted so far. All right, I'm going to mute this for now. Actually, I'm going to keep listening, but I will mute it for you all. And so we heard those final closing remarks from the prosecution, and I think he put a nice, neat bow on it as much as he could. He still does suffer from that lack of direct evidence, as Gordon pointed out, but they're bringing out the jurors. Whoa. Hold on.
Bill.
So we're pausing. We're paused here. I don't want to talk because they said they're bringing the jury back out, and the verdict clock has stopped. Are they done?
Well, yeah, actually, do I need to sign any of that paperwork, or it's just at there? It's just at the property. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, Judge.
All right, please bring in the jurors. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have no idea what's going on. If it only took 11 minutes, she is way guilty. That was the time. That was enough time to take one vote.
Watch the orange board, please. I know the orange board is there.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. The audio tape has been queued up and ready for you to listen to.
This is Laurie. Hey, Laurie Shaver, with Sheriff's Office. Hi. Hey, I just wanted to call you because you own the property. So we are done out here. You guys are welcome to come back anytime. Okay. We locked the doors back up. Put the key, the officer found in the shed back where it belongs. And everything is secured. But I did have to real quick and put the paperwork will be left in the house. Okay. To include all the items that we took. If you have a second, I would like to just run over this list of items real quick with you over the phone. Let me know the items that you
Okay, absolutely.
Okay. Total wireless cell phone, swab, ISO card, reading book.
What swab?
Sorry. Swab is going to be stuff that, like,
Oh, swab, things that you swab. Okay, gotcha.
flash drive, a photograph, miscellaneous paperwork, a HP laptop, additional swabs, SD card with photos belonging to the Lake County Sheriff's Office, possible buckshot BBs, projectiles, unfortunately this is the one that's not weed, and human skeletal remains. So as far as all that stuff goes, do you have any questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, actually, do I need to sign any of that paperwork? Or it's just at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
You need to listen to it again?
Would the jurors like to listen to it one more time, or was that sufficient? Sufficient?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, please bring the jurors out. Thank you.
All right. So apparently, one or more jurors wanted to hear that audio again of when she allegedly learned that there was a body buried in her backyard, and the officer told her, "Here's the list of items that we took from your house. We took these swabs." She says, "Wait, swab? What swab? What swab did you take?" And I'm sorry, I want to make sure they're not doing anything that you all would be interested in. She wants to know all about these swabs, but he says, well, that's where we swapped for evidence. And she's like, oh, okay. Then he keeps going through the list. He says, we took a human skeleton from your backyard. She says, okay. Keeps going. The only other question she has is, do I have to sign for any of this? Any paperwork? No, there's no paperwork. You don't need to sign for the skeleton. Right, Tread. Do I have to sign for the skeleton? So the jury wanted to hear that. Again, the audio quality was kind of poor, but actually I heard it better the first time they played it than this time. But you definitely heard him say, we took a human skeleton the first time they played it. And yes, her reaction definitely didn't seem like somebody who was learning of this human skeleton for the first time in her life. So there we have it, people. So we've got a poll going. We have 11 votes in. We now have 12 votes in. I'm sorry. And I'm going to end this poll. And we have these results. 50% of us think that this is going to be over and done before the end of Monday. We have 41% saying before the end of Tuesday and 8% saying longer. Everyone, I voted for longer. I think it's going to take them a while. I think there's going to be some people who say she's guilty of murder, and there's going to be some people who say, I got some doubts. And we are going to have to, there's going to be some back and forth there. So I think it's going to take them a while. How long, does anybody remember how long it took in Tellus? I don't recall. It took longer than I expected in Tellus. So maybe they'll surprise me here and come back in the next 5 minutes and say, oh, based on that tape we just heard, guilty. Tred's not going to share with us that he voted for Tuesday. So, so don't pay any attention to that. Yeah, on Tellus, I said, they're going to come back quick. And on this one, I don't know. I think it's going to take them a while. All right, so we heard the closing statement, the final closing statement from the prosecutor, and I think he did a pretty good job of putting together for them. And look, if you take these people's theory, none of this makes any sense. None of it makes any sense. But if you look at our theory, everything fits together nicely. So yeah, I don't think it's possible for the defense to really get around that. There was nothing that I think the defense could have said that would have made that May 2016 date of death make sense. There was way too much other evidence that they had to basically turn a blind eye to, and that they want the jury to turn a blind eye to in order to accept this May 2016 death. Trev wants to know, did she ever move out of the house? Yes, she did. The house was actually foreclosed on. So she is no longer there. So I just want to go back real quick to some of the prior testimony we saw and remind everybody what we saw here. Give me 1 sec to pull this up. There we go.
The jury.
So, it was a school day, and I'm sorry. And he...
First, let's relax, go slow, make sure the jury understands the events, okay?
Okay. It was a school morning. Me and my brother were getting ready for school. He hadn't been at the house for a while. He was kicked out, moved, and me and my brother.
So first of all, I just want everybody to pay attention to the tears that we heard. We heard all those tears for a second. And then as soon as her attorney, or as soon as her mother's attorney says, all right, just calm down, all the sobbing, all the tears, everything went away. Everything stopped. There was no more anything. Let's keep going with it though.
We were in separate rooms where we had pretty much been ready for school. I was eating my breakfast and I was watching TV. We had these like little plastic tables in our rooms. And I was watching TV and I heard arguing. Initially, I thought it was the TV. And then I was like, no, that's not the TV. So my room, it was my room, and then it had a bathroom and then a spare room.
Could you tell the jury?
So this 15-year-old comes and takes the stand and talks about this harrowing moment in her life. And I would expect, an outpouring of tears. I would expect a whole lot of emotion. And we started to get it. We couldn't see her, but we started to get what sounded like a whole lot of emotion. And even if she had, bad feelings, a bad taste in her mouth for her father, I would still expect emotion just based on the incident. The fact that she believed she had taken someone's life, regardless of who it was. She believed she had taken someone's life. I would expect an outpouring of emotion. We started to hear that. And then boom, immediately the switch got turned off and nothing after that. Nothing. And if you all remember the entire testimony, they never got turned back on. In fact, she didn't get the only other emotion that she really demonstrated that I heard was anger. She got kind of angry at the prosecutor when he was asking questions. That's really all I got. So I don't know, people. I don't know. I wonder what the jury was looking at. What did the jury see? And remember, the prosecutor did put back those did show the jury the pictures of Isabel Shaver when she was 7 years old, to kind of remind the jury, look, you're not dealing with the 15-year-old that's on the stand. You're dealing with a 7-year-old. This is the person, and we don't have those pictures, but this is the person that they want you to believe shot Michael Shaver in May of 2016. Tread, I don't know when the foreclosure was. I just remember when I pulled up those property, the property diagram between, showing you the line of sight between her neighbor and her backyard. On the appraiser's website, there was a deed of sale for the Shaver residence, and it was based on a bank foreclosure. So it was foreclosed upon. But I didn't look at the date. Look, people, Gordon, you could be right. You could be totally right that there's enough here for a reasonable doubt. You could be totally right. But in my head, there's no reasonable doubt. I think she did it. If I'm on the jury, I'm trying to convince everybody else she did it. She did it, y'all. And I'm saying the same things I'm saying to you all here. So that's my take on it. And yeah, she did stay there after the incident until at least 2018. I believe that she was there until at least 2020. But again, I'm not sure. I believe that they said they came and interviewed Isabel at that house in 2020. but I could be wrong about what house they were referring to. But you know, that's all I got. So right now we are on obviously verdict watch. Last time for the Telus trial, I put up a thumbnail for a video for the verdict watch, and I kept having to change that time that we were going to go live. I don't know if anybody was paying attention to it, but I'm not going to do that this time. This time I'm just going to, as soon as I get any indication that the jury has come back, I'll keep paying attention. I will let you all know. If anybody sees something and they don't see me pop on and either put up a thumbnail for a live or go live, and you all see that the jury's returned a verdict, I ask that you just shoot me a comment so that I can hop on there. I do have quite a few things to do next week. And I'm sorry, Gordon is not. You're saying you can't see Gordon. He's not saying anything. I'm just referring back to a comment that he made quite a while ago during the closing statements. Tread. He didn't put up any new comments, but I'm not going to put up the thumbnail now. I've got quite a few things to do early next week, so I'm not going to be able to pay 100% attention to this because I got things to do. So if anybody can just send me something, if you all see something about this, about the jury having come back before I do, I'd greatly appreciate it. I do appreciate everybody coming out, joining me for this. And I do hope you'll join me so we can hear the verdict together. So we can all be either pleasantly surprised if you all think she did it, or pleasantly surprised and she's found guilty, or pleasantly surprised if you think she didn't do it and she's found not guilty, or whatever the case may be. Maybe we'll all be disappointed. Who knows? But I do hope that you all will join me so that we can share in this experience together. I appreciate you coming out. I appreciate you being with me all week. I'm surprised that this only lasted 1 week because there's a lot here. If you haven't already, as Tread has said at least twice now, I would appreciate it if everybody would hit that like button. It's absolutely free to do. Just hit that like button. And if you haven't already subscribed, please subscribe. We will be doing these trials on a pretty consistent basis here. So come on back, join us for the next one. For now, my name is Nathan Saunders, and this is The Legal Good.